Okay. We ready? You ready, Charles? Call this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education to session. Do I hear a motion to go into closed session pursuant to the call to order in our agenda?
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? We'll move into closed session. Oh, let me also recognize, where's Kurt? Okay, let me also recognize Kurt Cook, our county commissioner, who has come by, and we thoroughly appreciate that. Okay, yeah. Shannon, welcome back.
Thank
I know you had some family matters that were attended to, so we're glad to see you back. And Philip Holmes will not be with us today, at least this morning. Expect him here this afternoon if we go into the afternoon.
And Stacy, where's Stacy?
And Stacy, what is,
I don't know.
okay, Stacy is just not with us
We'll check in with them.
right now, and we'll check in with her. She may be just a little bit late. Okay. Anything else? Okay, so let's go into closed session. So, calling the meeting once again to order. Do I have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second
Davis, you moved it?
He moved
Oh, he
it,
moved
I'll
it,
second
okay, and second it. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Ms. Bruno, why don't you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Love to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Let us have a moment of silence. Okay. Before we move on our business, I wanted to once again thank County Commissioner Cook for being here today, and we appreciate it. And if there is anything that would be of interest to the county commissioners, please feel free to chime in, and I think I'll, can always give a little leeway to hear anything that you're interested in. I do want to tell the public and the county commissioners that in our closed session, we are in the midst of reviewing our safety plans for the entire school system, which the board feels is an extremely high priority, and which I understand is also a high priority for the county commissioners. And we want people to know and understand that we are actively looking at that. And of course, that is confidential because we don't want any of the bad guys to know what our safety precautions are. But I want to tell the public and the county commissioners that we are always actively improving it. And that was one of the aspects of our closed session. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would also like to point out, for the first time since I've been on the board, we actually have a sitting permanent member of the Moore County Board of Health, Mr. Lasavio, who's taken time out of his day to come and attend the school board meeting. So, Tom, thank you very much. I look forward, hopefully our boards can work constructively together in the coming years to really provide solutions to, the health needs and whatnot of Moore County schools. So thank you for taking time out of your day. I don't ever recall a Board of Health member attending a school board meeting.
And want to echo that because certainly over the pandemic, we certainly could have used some Board of Health people here, and we do appreciate that, Mr. Lasavio. And I apologize for not recognizing you. I know you as a friend, and I don't think of you so much as a member of the Board of Health, but indeed you are. And we appreciate the.
Good to see you back in that chair.
Yes, thank you. And we appreciate the county commission for appointing Mr. Lasavio to that position. Okay, so let's continue with our pending actions. Our budget, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board members, Ms. Edmonds and I are pleased to bring you a revised, now Moore County Board of Education proposed preliminary budget for the next fiscal year. If it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, I'll join Ms. Edmonds so I can kind of present to the whole board from there.
Please.
Is that okay?
Please, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. So again, it certainly is good to be presenting this to you this morning. First off, just want to thank the board for your continued engagement in the process. We had additional small group meetings over the month of March where we also looked at the feedback we've gotten from the online portal, and the board leaned in to what Ms. Edmonds and I had presented on March 6th as the superintendent's draft proposed budget to you for your consideration. Got your feedback, thoughts, and consideration, and now we're bringing a revised budget that now becomes your budget to consider and give feedback, possible revisions before you approve it next week, next Monday. And so one thing I'll point out to you, the executive summary kind of lays out the differences, kind of big picture-wise from the March 6th superintendent's draft proposed budget and the budget that we're bringing to you for your consideration to become your budget. So that kind of lays out the big pictures, the key differences of that. With any budget that you approve as a board, it is certainly an articulation of our district strategic plan and your strategic plan. And when we approve a school budget, it's to drive that strategic plan and the goals of that plan forward. And so when we're looking at a strategic plan, the first thing that we'll note there is the vision for our school district, which is simply that we strive to be the standard for excellence in education in North Carolina. Our mission as a school district, all students will graduate with the skills, knowledge, character, and education to become proud and successful citizens of the United States of America. Our core beliefs as a school district that we invest in and move towards is that we believe successful schools are essential for thriving communities and that every student can learn and succeed, that education, employment, enlistment are equally honorable pursuits for the future lives of our students. Our schools provide a safe, respectful, orderly, and caring environment conducive to learning. We engage our parents and community in the education of our students, and we believe our educators are empowered to meet the learning needs of all students. And so that district level budget, again, is meant to drive that work forward and certainly drive our work forward towards our strategic plan goals. And these were the goals the board set in your revised strategic plan in September to accomplish over the next 2 years, this year and next year. And those goals, again, are to increase the number of schools meeting or exceeding growth from 14 to 23, to increase the overall grade level proficiency by 10 points from 56.6 to 66.6, to increase the context ranking for our grade level proficiency from 23rd place in the state to the top 5% in the state. That's out of 115 local education agencies. The fourth goal, increase the number of 10th grade students reading at or above grade level as measured by the end of course Lexile reading level. Raise that by 10 points from 81 to 91. Fifth goal, close the achievement gap of Black, Hispanic, economically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities, those subgroups, by 10 percentage points from their respective 21-22 achievement scores, but do this while increasing student performance in all subgroups. It's a commitment the board made. The sixth goal, increase the number of students who complete a career and technical education cluster. That's vocational education, career technical education cluster by 15% from 441 students to 510. And then lastly, decrease the number of the district schools with a school performance grade of an F from 2 to 0. Again, these are the goals that you as a board made for us as a school district, and that this budget continues to drive us towards with the local, state, and federal investment. And so when we set up the budget again, you're going to hear the same thing that you heard from me in March. And it's a common narrative that I share all the time. It's really, especially when we're talking about the local ask, what we go to our county commissioners and ask them for in our local request. The county is really an investment in what I would say is one of our county's greatest assets, and that's our education system. Whether you're talking about a very good Moore County Schools school district that is committed to continue to get better, whether we're talking about our charter school, public school partners, or whether we're talking about the private school opportunities, our homeschool opportunities in Moore County, or one of the best community colleges in the state, Sandhills Community College. We have a great education system here in the county of Moore. And that local budget investment that our county commissioners have made in the past that we're very grateful for is an investment in that education system, which we very much appreciate. And it helps to keep our community and our economy thriving. And so 3 key narratives that you'll hear from me today, you've heard from me many times, and you'll hear from Tina, is that really the majority of our budget increase, our needs that we will make as part of our local request, is really about the impact of fixed cost increases. That's those salary, and benefit cost increases that we're estimating based on the state budget, and the impact the state budget increase is making on our local employees. And so the majority of that request is really gonna be about taking care of our people, so they can keep taking care of our kids. The second thing that you'll hear as part of this request are some of those potential expansion items that either myself and our staff have brought forward for your consideration, or you have advocated for as part of our discussion and as part of our budget process that we've been going through for several months. And then the last thing that you'll hear from us in this budget presentation is, again, utilizing what we've called a hybrid approach of reinvesting vacancy savings that unfortunately we've carried throughout the year because we've carried vacancies in many of our positions. So Tina has worked to estimate what those vacancy savings would be and to reinvest those savings that we may have on our local funds into next year's budget, and to use some of the funds we have in our restricted revenue to moderate the local budget requests we make to our Board of Commissioners. And so that's that hybrid approach that you've heard me talk about and we've talked about as a board. So again, just to quickly note, when we're talking about our local budget investment from our Board of Commissioners, investing in our education system, investing in our public school students, just noting what that investment is in this year. Moore County Schools has almost 12,900 students as we open up the school year. Our charter school, public school partners, which that local investment also goes towards funding, almost 1,300 students in our charter schools here in Moore County, for really about 14,200 public school students. And again, that local budget goes towards supporting all of those public school students. When we look at what market share of our county does that represent? What percentage of school-age students that go to public schools in Moore County? It's about 80%. 80% of the school-age students in our county attend public schools. And then you can see the other percentages, about 8.5% in private schools, and a little over 11% are homeschooled. But I'll note there, we're excited that we continue to partner with our homeschool families. We continue to offer opportunities for our homeschool families to also attend public schools, whether that's through our blended programs or other ways. And we're certainly continuing to look for ways to partner with our homeschool families and students. And so I'm going to turn it over to Tina. And I would ask also to the board if you would consider, of course, you're always welcome to interrupt and ask any question, but if you let Tina and myself kind of walk through this with you and kind of write down a question, it might help us kind of get through this and maybe answer a question before that you may have, that if we can just kind of go through the rest of the presentation, which is the numbers basically. So I'm going to turn it over to Tina and let her first sum up the public comment, share that information with you, and then go into the budget. Tina?
Good morning. So as you know, we had put out the public comment on our web portal. It ran from March the 7th to March 21st, and we did receive 48 responses. We had one former student, which is their comment was to increase staff pay. We had one community resident. Their comment was new playground equipment. We had 6 support staff. We had one that wanted to increase staff pay, one for reliable bus transportation, and 4 that were agreeable to the budget. We had 10 teachers or certified staff members. 5 of those wanted to increase staff pay, 2 to reduce class size, 2 needed more budget information, and then 1 wanted to increase staff appreciation. We had, we had 30 parent or guardians of current students. 10 of those wanted to increase staff pay. 6 opted, they suggested new playground equipment. We had 3 that needed more information about the budget, 2 for school safety, 2 for reliable bus transportation, 2 for recruitment and retention, 2 for new schools or facility improvements, 1 to increase pre-K, the pre-K program, and we had 1 to reduce central office administrative staff, and we had 1 to increase the time for the public input for the budget. Next, I want to talk about the consumer price index summary for inflation. And this information is based off of the data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and this is just through February. I did not have March when I was putting together this information. For the year 2022, the increase was 8% from the previous year. In 2023, just for the months of January and February, it was a 2.51% increase from the previous year. But when you compare February of 22 to February of 23, the cost of goods and services increased by 6%. And so when you're looking at the budget going forward, when we're talking about inflation increases, we are going to use that 6%. So now we'll talk about the estimated fixed cost increases. Now, just want to make a point, when we were putting this together, the governor had come in for certified employees at around 10%, and 5% for classified. And then since we started in some of our 2x2 meetings, that was what we knew about the governor's budget. But then going forward, we did get information from the House, and they're looking at a 5.5% increase for certified, 4.25% for classified, and a 1% for bus drivers. But then also, they're also both talking about restoring master's pay. So just kind of letting you know that the fixed cost increases, they're still moving. And so the information, based on the information that we have, that has changed from our March 6th presentation. So on the March 6th presentation, our fixed costs, we used the number of 6% for certified and classified, a 1% increase for retirement, and $300 per person on hospitalization contribution rates. On March 6th, we had come in at $1,404,000. For this preliminary budget request, we are using 8% for certified and 6% for classified, still keeping the 1% retirement and the $300 per person, making the preliminary request for our fixed costs associated with those state increases in salaries at $1,564,000. Our local supplement step increase for certified staff for teachers, assistant principals, and principals was at $205,000, and there was a correction, and our preliminary request would be $405,000. All non-payroll fixed cost increases, that 6% inflation that we were talking about, originally we used 5%, and during the March 6th superintendent's proposal, we used $290,000, but using the 6%, we come in at $350,000 for this Board of Education's preliminary budget request. Projected charter school growth based on the 5-year average is $265,000. That number did not change. The fund balance appropriated for 22-23 for recurring costs comes in at $1,739,500, and that number did not change. Our one-time savings due to the 22-23 vacancies for local fund balance was $1,605,000, and that number did not change. So our total fixed cost for the superintendent's proposed budget on March 6th was $2,298,500, but our Moore County Schools Board of Education preliminary budget request, which comes in at $2,718,500. This is a $420,000 increase.
So how much of an increase is that, did you say?
$420,000.
Versus March.
Okay.
So when we look at our expansion items, and this is comparing the March 6th to after our 2x2 meetings that we had, our preliminary request has changed as well. We have additional teachers to support the Community Learning Center at Pinckney at $350,000. That number was on the original superintendent's proposal and is now staying on the Moore County Schools preliminary budget request. We have one additional assistant principal, which is 50% at Cranes Creek Middle School and additional 50% at New Century Middle School. It was coming in at $90,000 on the March 6th proposal, and it is still staying at the $90,000 on our Board of Education's preliminary budget request. The school police salary adjustments to align with the Moore County Sheriff's Department was not on our original request, but now we're putting it in on the Moore County Schools Board of Education's budget request, and it comes in at $110,945. We have one IEP coordinator, which is an EC master teacher. It was not on our original March 6th superintendent's proposed budget, but it is coming in on our, the Moore County Schools Board of Education's preliminary budget request, and that amount is $90,000. We have bus driver incentive pay, was not on our original request, but it is now on our preliminary request at $150,000. Our temporary use of impact aid fund balance, which is restricted revenue fund balance, we are going to use $110,945 to cover the cost of the school police salary adjustments to align with Moore County School Sheriff's Department. And the temporary use of Medicaid reimbursement balance, which is also restricted revenue fund balance, was on the original superintendent's proposed budget on March 6th to use $440,000, and that also is coming in on the Moore County Schools Board of Education preliminary budget request. So the change from March 6th to today's budget request is an additional $240,000.
If I may make some quick comments, Tina, about these expansion items. You know, Tina did a great job of rolling through those, but again, those first two were on the superintendent's, my draft proposed budget. The additional resources to continue to invest in our alternative learning, community learning center at Pinckney, to expand that program some, dedicate some resources towards that in order to educate as many of our students as best possible in a successful way. The additional assistant principal, which adds a half additional position at Cranes Creek and a half additional position at New Century. This would allow each school to have two full-time assistant principals to better support the overall operations of the school, to support teachers and staff, safety and discipline, but also support the instructional focus and instructional improvement and outcomes and school improvement work at those schools. We had some discussions around doing as aggressive and being as aggressive as we can as we recruit additional school police officers from the certainly the commitment of our Board of Commissioners who committed to supporting that expansion to make sure we have a full-time officer in each of our schools. Part of what we discussed is aligning, raising salary. I know there's some additional discussion that we'll be having on that matter, but that's where that number comes from. I know, Mr. Levy, you had advocated strongly for the IEP coordinator. This is for one position for that. You would think it was your idea. Hey, let's pilot it. Let's see what impact it would make. And so with that consideration, there was some general consensus on the board to potentially look at this. So this could be piloted in one of our schools that need additional support, has a large percentage of exceptional children, and we could see the impact that position would make.
And I might add that is specifically targeted to our strategic plan, which is to raise the overall performance, but to shrink the gap between especially minority students and the overall student population. So that is appreciated.
The bus driver incentive pay, this is something that the board has invested already this year in a pilot program beginning in February to find some ways to show our appreciation to our bus drivers and to try to incentivize some more of our licensed employees in the system to commit to driving, even if it's on a substitute basis. This is looking at that cost that we costed out for basically half a year and looking into next year. Tina mentioned that in the House budget that was approved late last week, there's an overall salary increase for our classified employees, but on top of that, they're looking to give additional raises for school bus drivers. So hopefully we're going to see some positive movement and some positive incentives for folks to be school bus drivers. But that's where that comes from, to show our bus drivers we're certainly looking at what we can do to incentivize them and to show our appreciation for them. And then again, that hybrid approach that I mentioned in my narrative in the beginning, the hybrid approach of temporarily using some of the fund balance in our restricted funds that we've accumulated over time, invest that in some of these expansion items, whether that come from our federal military impact aid fund balance or whether that come from our reimbursement of Medicaid fund balance, to put some revenue into these expansion items to moderate the overall request to our Board of Commissioners. And so I just wanted to kind of, real brief, talk about those expansion items. And so I'll turn it back over to Tina and let her run through the total budget and request, as well as how that breaks out. Tina?
So the base budget and board priority items, we are looking at using the 8% certified and 6% classified increases, the 1% additional for retirement, and health insurance contribution rates of $300 per person. And then we have the local supplement step increase for certified staff, which are our teachers, assistant principals, and principals, all non-payroll fixed cost items at the 6% inflation rate, projected charter school growth based on 5-year average, and our fund balance appropriated for fiscal year 22-23 for reoccurring costs. And then using the one-time savings due to the 22-23 vacancies out of the local fund balance of the total for our fixed cost would be $2,718,500. And then with our expansion items, having the additional teachers to support the Community Learning Center at Pinckney, the one additional assistant principal, which is an additional 50% to Cranes Creek Middle, 50% to New Century Middle, the school police salary adjustments to align with Moore County Sheriff's Department, the one IEP coordinator for the EC master teacher, the bus driver incentive pay, the temporary use of impact aid fund balance out of the restricted revenue fund balance, and the temporary use of Medicaid reimbursement balance out of restricted revenue fund balance. The expansion costs are $240,000, making our total preliminary local budget request $2,958,500.
That is over and above last year's, am I correct?
Yes, sir. Local budget request.
Yeah, when you said local budget request, $2 million, that's over and above last year,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So our proposed 2023-24 county allotment by fund type, we have our local current operations for 22-23 is $31,307,000, with an additional, our funding request coming in at $2,693,500 makes our total local current operations for the county allotment $34,500. Our charter school operations currently is $3,193,000. Our funding request is the $265,000, and then the total county allotment would be $3,458,000. So our local Fund 2 total for the county allotment is $34,500,000 with an additional $2,958,500 funding request would bring our county allotment to $37,458,500 for local. And then our capital expense out of Fund 4 currently is $800,000. We do not have a additional funding request this year, and our total county allotment for our capital expense is $800,000, making our total county allotment for both local Fund 2 and capital expense Fund 4 in 22-23 is $35,300,000. The additional funding request of $2,958,500, making the total county allotment $38,258,500.
Is that it, or are you continuing?
I've got, I think.
You got more? Okay, cool.
Sorry. 2 more slides.
Take your time.
So our proposed Fund 2 budget, this is proposed revenue for 23-24 for local expense Fund 2. Our proposed level for the local current operations is $34,500,000. Our charter school operations is $3,458,000. So our local current expense request would be $37,458,500. We have fines and forfeitures that are estimated to be $450,000. Interest that's estimated at $30,000, and our local fund balance assignment of $1,605,000, making our total proposed Fund 2 budget $39,543,500. And that number is actually an increase from last year of $1,104,000.
Percentage?
I don't have the percentage, but 22-23, we asked for it was a total of $38,439,500 when we presented. This year, it's an additional $1 million. I just ran the calculation.
So that's,
Be about 3%, 2.5 to 3%.
so what you're saying is for less than the cost of inflation, we are able to do an expanded budget and keeping our expenses level, at less than the cost of inflation, correct?
That is correct.
Just
That I-
one correction, we're expanding our services while only increasing less than half the rate of inflation.
That's right, yeah. So I think that the county commissioners should be more than happy to deal with something like that.
Part of that's because of that hybrid approach that we talked about, of reinvesting those vacancy savings. And
But it also shows, and this is kudos to Dr. Locklear and to Tina and your staff, that you're able to come up with a budget that can do more for our students, but is less than the rise in inflation. And that's the message I want to send to the county commissioners, that this board, and your staff especially, are financially and physically responsible. And we're not taking advantage of inflationary times, but we're really doing a good budget which is centered on the students and their needs rather than simply expanding money. I think that's a message I hope goes back to the county commissioners, because kudos to Dr. Locklear and Tina and your staff. This is a wonderful thing to be able to do more with actually less. So we appreciate that.
thank you, sir.
And
Go ahead.
then our proposed 23-24 total Moore County Schools budget for all funds. For state funds, the proposed level is $95,375,000. Our local expense, Fund 2, is $39,543,500. Our Fund 3, which is federal, is $20 million. Capital expense, which is Fund 4, is $800,000. And our school nutrition, Fund 5, is $7,749,000. And our local operations for Fund 8 is $4,170,000, making our total proposed 2023-24 budget $167,637,500.
And so as a quick summary of the budget and our next steps in the budget, which is pretty rapid, the next steps as we go over in the next couple weeks. This budget does reflect the vision, mission, core beliefs, and strategic goals of the board and our school district and your investment in that work and to continue drive forward to continue to get continued positive student outcomes and growth. It enables us, as we've noted, based on those fixed cost increases, that's the majority of what our budget is here, to be able to take care of our people in order to accomplish our mission. Ensures us, as you noted, Mr. Levy, the current level of operations while providing the highest level of service in an efficient and effective manner. So utilization of that hybrid approach of investing our vacancy savings, reinvesting that, and utilizing additional restricted revenues to moderate our overall request to our county commissioners. And again, I always want to take a quick moment to thank the entire board for your investment and engagement during this whole process, giving me feedback, Ms. Edmonds' feedback, asking good questions, pushing us to do our very best. And certainly want to thank our budget committee that's led by Mr. Hensley, our vice chair, and Mr. Benway's on that committee, Ms. Codwell, and of course, Ms. Edmonds has done an incredible work throughout this process, and her team, and want to thank her. We've had other board members who joined us in these committee meetings and added great value, so I just wanted to say thank you to you. And at that, again, those next steps in the process, we noted, you as a board met again in small group meetings in March on 27th, 28th, gave us additional feedback. We're presenting the budget today. You'll reflect, and if there's any revisions or modifications you want to make before Monday, before you take action on your preliminary budget requests and local budget requests to our county commissioners. The next day, on the 18th, We'll, on your behalf, myself and Ms. Edmonds, and along with you, will present that request to our Board of Commissioners on April 18th. Based on the calendar that's been out there, Mr. Vest will then share his recommended overall county budget to the Commissioners on the 16th. There'll be a public hearing on the 20th and then action before the end of the month per general statute. So that's our upcoming journey towards our budget for the 2023-2024 year. So if there's any additional questions or discussion, we're happy to try to work through that with the board.
Board, questions, discussion?
I have just a couple of things, if anyone else doesn't.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. If not, Mr. Hensley?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No,
I'll go last.
go ahead. Ms. Brewer?
I'm probably the only one who feels this way, but you really have to talk me into why we need another administrator for Cranes Creek and New Century. I just don't see the need for that.
Yeah, I've talked about it before.
Yes,
You know,
you have.
I would say that having 2 full-time instead of 1.5 just creates additional lever for the principal and for that school to support the teachers, the students, and be responsive to the parents and the community, whether you're talking about the operational efficiency of the building, logistics and operating the building, that managerial piece, whether we're talking about school discipline and safety, you know, and making sure not only just during the school day, before and after school, at after-school events, et cetera, and when we're talking about school improvement and you're looking at academic outcomes, having 2 full-time assistant principals instead of 1.5 can make a significant difference in being able to support all those teachers and continue to move towards improvement. And so it certainly comes with my recommendation, but of course, certainly appreciate the board's you know, close, critical eye on that, and I appreciate your question.
And I am absolutely for everything you're saying. It's just that it seems that we're getting way too top-heavy in the realm of people on the top. And I would love to see this money go for teachers. And to have another administrator, I just have to question that. What do my fellow board people think?
I would say I'm very passionate about this, but I would have to disagree with you. And my reasoning is everything that Dr. Locklear stated, but also it also gives every school the equal opportunity for everyone else. So Southern Middle has 2
Okay.
APs. And we multiplied Cranes Creek to have more kids, but we gave them less. So to me, this is just an equal playing field as well.
Okay.
And I think it's only fair for every school to have the same opportunities.
Okay.
I have a comment, Pauline. I will heed your call, and I will offer a somewhat different view than Ms. Caldwell. We're going to say the same thing, but slightly different. Is one thing that really flummoxed me when I got on the school board, as I learned more and more about education, is I started realizing that we had more people at Southern Middle School, more administrative staff. We had a dean of students, and we had this and that. And when the school reassignment plan first happened, when the school reassignment plan, when the fights came out and all that at Cranes Creek, and the first thing was, well, we have to add more staff, administrators. We need a dean of students who oversees discipline and this and that. My first reaction was, no, why don't we just have the same level of discipline in all of our students, then we don't have to have more staff. Unfortunately, that appears to be a Pollyannish dream, right? And the fact of the matter is that you have to have the appropriate number of administrators to deal with the number of discipline issues that you have, whether you agree with that or not, right? And one of the initiatives that we're working on is to answer the question, because one of the questions everybody has is our is our staffing equal across schools? One of the things that we're working on is it will be a spreadsheet, and it will show all the elementary schools and how many principals and assistant principals and teachers we have, so that we can look school by school and see, do we have, you know, normalizing for the number of students in that school, you know, do all 800 student schools have the same number of principals, assistant principals, and this and that? Preliminary work shows that the answer to that is yes, they are very evenly distributed, with one big glaring exception, and that is schools where there's increased disciplinary issues. And what you are seeing is, what I have seen at Cranes Creek is, over the last year, I've seen two things. I have seen, as far as staffing, I have seen where, you know, the previous school board and the school reassignment plan assigned an additional 200 students to that school. And they did not just increase the amount of normal staffing, right? And then, so that was fixed over time, some of it beforehand, some maybe after the students showed up. But then the second part was the increased administrative staff, such as the dean of students, to deal with the fact that there appear to be less disciplined students, so you need to have that increased administrative staff. You know, the question really becomes then, well, if those students were transferred from Southern Middle School, do we really still need the structure at Southern Middle School? That's the question I've had. But anyway, so that is the background. That's the explanation for it. Whether anyone in this room will say it or not, is that we have two schools in Moore County Schools that need additional administrative structure. And part of that is done under the dean of students. And part of that is giving them another half a principal. And then I think we're going to find that they're very similar staff to where Southern Middle School is.
Okay.
And, you know, like I said, why don't we just have the same discipline level among students? And I think that's the goal of this board, but we got to get there.
Let me also say, because I'm very sympathetic to your point of view, because everyone is saying that we need to have equal levels of administration at each one of our schools. I find that to be not true, okay? I find that we need administrative levels greater at some of our more troubled schools. And I do question whether just to be equal, we put we put an extra half here and a half there. That being said, there is a portion of the superintendent's contract which says that he actually allots the people at the schools, okay? So we do have to defer a lot to the superintendent, where I don't know, quite frankly, what New Century needs, or what whether a particular principal is overworked or whatever. But I would just hope, speaking to the superintendent, that when we get those extra people, and I think it's always good never to have a half, because I don't know, I would just about bet that halves aren't really half and half, that they're sometimes more pulled to one school or more pulled to another. But having a dedicated person might be better. But I would defer to the superintendent, but I actually do agree with you that just to be equal, that's not where we should be. That Southern Middle might need more than New Century, and we have to be mindful of that. We also have to be mindful of the prerogative which we give to the superintendent under his contract.
Thank you.
So I will say this, Pauline, and I think this is where everyone is sympathetic to you, or to, you know, to what you articulated, your comments, is, you know, if we have to put in extra staff to deal with discipline children, discipline issues, you know, those are resources that are taking away from our better performing and better disciplined students. So it is actually offensive to take resources that could be reinforcing success and using that to get disciplined children up to some level of success. So it really is a shame that we cannot spend all of our resources in support of our better performing children. Unfortunately, we have to support and deal with the low discipline children. And that's a shame.
Okay, thank you,
Very much
everybody.
agree with that. I appreciate you bringing it up because that is something that I was very concerned with as well. Okay, other questions, comments? Once again, let me reemphasize so that the note takers in the back might notice, we are proposing a budget that is less than inflation, mindful of our taxpayers, because every dollar that goes to our schools is a dollar which is taken out of the home of some of our taxpayers. And we are very, very mindful that many of our taxpayers got an upward valuation of their homes, and they're very, very concerned about the tax rate and that whether they can afford to keep their homes. So we as a board are doing more with less, and that is a monumental achievement, especially in a time of inflation. Once again, kudos to our staff and to Dr. Locklear, Ms. Edmonds, and their staffs, and a double eagle for Moore County Schools. Although I hope that we'll get something like that publicized. Okay. Anything further? Okay. Let's move on. We're going to go ahead and.
Thank you, Tina.
Okay. The 23 budget resolution for the second quarter.
Yes, sir. This is similar to the item that was brought to the board. You know, as we have changes in the original budget resolution, whether it's from allotments from the state or different, or a grant that may come in, et cetera. Each quarter, we update the board and get you to approve those resolutions. As we started to make part of our practice too, when we do this, bringing you an updated projection of fund balance, which is also always in your board update as well. So I'll turn it over to Tina, let her walk through this item, which does come with my recommendation for your approval.
So the Moore County Schools amended 2022-23 budget resolution for the third quarter. Our totals by fund, as well as our net increase decreases since the last resolution, they go through allotment revision 43. And they are as follows. The state public school fund is at $95,247,228, which is an increase of $933,277. Our local current fund is at $36,719,500, and there's not a change since the last budget amendment. Since the last time that I came. And then the federal program fund is at $28,863,590, and that is an increase of $198,950. Our local capital fund is at $3,029,276, and there's not a change. Our school nutrition fund is at $8,594,000, and there is no change. Our local operations fund is at $9,931,192, and this is an increase of $1,211,495. Our total amended budget is at $182,384,786, which is an increase of $2,343,722. And I'd like to bring up our the budget third quarter 22-23 budget revision details, if we could, just so you can see those, what the increases are from.
And where they're going.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's not that one there. Yes, if we can make it a little bigger. Let's start with the state, the very top one. go up just a little bit more? Charlie? There you go. So the total budget is at $95,247,228. The increase is $933,277. The majority of this increase is for PRC 095, and that's the RTA specialists. That is early literacy specialists. It's 12 positions that the Department of Public Instruction has, they've given us the money to pay for these early literacy specialists. Also, we had Restart. Our Restart transfer adjustment has hit since my last time coming, and those are taking place in PRC 001, 005, 007, 027, and of course Restart. So, and there's a sure up as well, because we did project the restarts, and then it came back at a different amount. Would you like any, is there any other questions with the state one?
I noticed the superintendent wisely snuck out during this part, but those RTA, are they hired and in place?
So no, they are not. I actually brought, because I thought you might have some questions about that.
Tina's awesome, by the way, for the record.
I brought just the purpose, because DPI asked us, we're the fiscal agent for them. And so DPI, they have, they provide funds to 9 regional, there's regional literacy FTEs for North Carolina facilitators. They support the work district, the work districts already have in place aligned to the SOR and letters. They provide additional resource to support districts, coaches, and at-risk, low-performing schools. And it says the early literacy specialists will be assigned 1 per district, and we have 12 that they've given us the money for.
But we're not getting 12, the money's going through us.
Yes, that's correct. Okay.
We should attach some overhead to processing that money, just like the state would do to us.
They actually are giving us a
Yeah,
little
we
bit.
are actually able to,
Yep.
they asked very nicely, we were the, kind of an emergency ask. Another school district was gonna do it, and that fell through, and they asked if we would be willing, and
Okay.
graciously, Tina and also Anita, Dr. Appenfels and Tina were supportive of that, so.
Okay.
Okay, then if we can go down to our federal program funds. And there was no change in our local current, but the federal program, it did increase by $198,950. Those increases are from their budget amendments and adjustments. It looks like we had allotments, the majority of it does come from PRC 114, and that's Children's with Disabilities Risk Pool, and that was allotments 2, 3, 4, and 5. Any questions with federal? Okay. And then finally, there was no increase in capital outlay or school nutrition, so we'll go straight to the restricted revenue fund. Our increase for the restricted revenue fund was $1,211,495. And if you look at PRC 430, that's ECF, it's Emergency Connectivity Fund. That is that Bayer reimbursement for student laptops. And we've actually already received the money for that. So it was an increase to the budget that we paid for it, and we've received the money. And that was actually, those laptops were approved back on the September board meeting.
Any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, any questions? Okay, if not, anything else on that? Nothing? Okay, let's move on. My guess is all right, the audit contract for the year ending June 30, 2023.
The accounting firm Anderson, Smith & White was selected through a request for proposal process. We had 2 audit firms respond to the RFP. Anderson, Smith & White was the lowest responsive bidder. They currently audit 70 of the 115 school districts in North Carolina. The audit fee and financial statement fees for fiscal year '23 total $51,000. This represents an $8,148 decrease from the fiscal year '22 audit and financial statement fees that we just paid. And our estimated cost for fiscal year '23 is at $51,000.
Let me ask, did you negotiate with them?
I did not.
Did somebody, Dr. Locklear, because this wasn't the low bid at one point in time. So kudos if you did.
We did a request for proposals. We had two audit companies who submitted their request or proposal to be our auditor. Our auditors that we've had for a very long time, Dixon Hughes, is bought out by Forbes, who did our audit last year, did not submit a proposal. So this would be a new firm for us to work with, but it does come with a savings of what we were projected to spend with our former firm. And I believe this is the lowest responsive bidder as well from the two that we received.
They were, if you look, the other firm, they gave us a quote of $52,500 for 3 years, because we asked for 3 years. Anderson, Smith and White gave us $51,000, then they went to $52,000, and they went to $53,000 on the third year. But the 3-year total cost, I mean, it's not by much. The 3-year total cost was $157,500 for one of the firms, and then of course Anderson, Smith and White's total is $156,000. So it's only about $1,500 different, but they do have the majority of North Carolina public schools, and they do have a lot. They come with higher recommendations from other school systems, and they do produce professional booklets. We look through currently what we're paying and the quality of what the audit reports are, and they were just way above the other firm.
$1,500 will buy a lot of pencils and papers, so we appreciate your attention to detail. Yeah, go ahead. Further?
That's all.
Council, my recommendation that the board.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tina.
Bob, I have a couple of things.
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
Just real quick, Ms. Edmonds, before you take off, just so everyone knows, the members of the audience and the people out watching, if it seemed like we went through this really quickly, we did. That is because this board has done a lot of work with the superintendent and Ms. Edmonds. We've had, 3, maybe 4 finance committee meetings. And in addition to that, Superintendent Locklear took a lot of his time and Tina's time to do 2x2s to sit down with the new board, all board members, and get them up to speed. So I just want to say that there's a lot of background knowledge that went into this so that we could rapidly cover it today. So don't think that the rapidity of going through it is lack of understanding or getting into the details and having, some degree of discussions in the notice committee meetings. The other thing I'd like to say is it doesn't matter, on page 11 where we talked about fixed costs, I just need to explain this to people who might be used to business-oriented financials. The vast majority of what Moore County Schools spends out of our budget is personnel, 80%, 75%, something like that, 70 to 80%. The vast majority, let's say 3/4 for the sake of argument, goes for personnel. In academia, for whatever reason, or at least here, where you see fixed cost increases, really what that is that's payroll increases for the faculty and staff. And those are mandated by the General Assembly. And when when you see fixed costs in our financials or you hear people talking about them, that is really the increase in payroll that's mandated by the General Assembly. The planning factors that were put up there, and this needs to be very clear to everyone, we used 8% for the certified staff, and I think 6%, 8% for the certified staff and 6% for the classified staff. Setting aside for a minute why anyone in Raleigh would think that our classified staff is worth a lower percentage than our certified staff, I'm not going to address that obvious flaw, but setting that aside for a minute, That 8% and 6% are just planning factors based upon our understanding of what's gonna be negotiated between the governor and the General Assembly. That's forecast, and that 8% and 6% will change based upon the legislation that's passed. So those numbers will be adjusted solely in the amount of the mandated raises from the General Assembly and governor. So I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Indeed, and I want to also make it clear that, very kudos to your committee, David. You saved us $6 million on air conditioners. And thanks to your committee, in addition to staff here, we're coming in at under inflation to do more with less. So kudos to your committee.
The two ladies and their teams that are responsible for those savings are in the room.
Okay.
That's Ms. Purvis and Ms. Edmonds, so.
Well, we appreciate, we appreciate the hard work of staff as well as the superintendent to make this possible, not just for our school kids who are gonna get more, for our taxpayers who will be paying less than inflation to give our school kids more. And that is quite an achievement. When you put parents and taxpayers right at the head of the line, as well as our students. So that's wonderful. Okay. So, that takes care of the audit, and let's go over to the audiovisual donation for Union Pines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Purvis has come up for the next two items, and we do have the Athletic Booster Club at Union Pines High School that's asking to donate a video display unit for the Union Pines High School football field at no cost to the school district. So I'll let Ms. Purvis give you a summary of this, and this does come with my recommendation for your consideration for approval next week. Jenny?
Yes, good morning, everyone. We are always happy when we have outside groups who are willing to go out of their way to support our schools. Union Pines Athletic Booster Club would like to donate a Jumbotron, which is a scoreboard. It'll be used by football, soccer, and lacrosse on the campus of Union Pines. The Booster Club plans to take out a loan to pay for the Jumbotron scoreboard. The maintenance of that will be covered under the warranty, and then when the warranty expires, all maintenance will be covered through revenue from sponsors who will place displays for ads at games and events. The estimated cost is $153,800 at no cost to the board. They have supplied us with the documentation necessary for donated projects, as well as their certificate of liability insurance and plans and drawings. Any questions?
Members of the board? Go ahead, Mr. Hensley.
So the loan, let's talk about the loan. So, I assume this is a no recourse loan, or if not, certainly they're not using anything we own for collateral, correct?
No, not at all. This will be a loan that is independent of Moore County Schools.
Okay, so, we'll see the contract before approval, I assume.
They can't get that contract until we approve, so they can't apply for that loan and receive a loan until we've actually said they can do the project. So once they apply for that loan, we can see what that contract looks like, and I'll make sure we present that to you guys.
Okay, yeah, it just needs to not, we just need to make sure it does not encumber any Moore County school, anything.
Yes, sir.
But you're obviously aware of that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And although my concern was minimized, I think, I still need to bring it up, because this is going to be there for 20 years or however long a time. I want to make sure that Moore County Schools has the ability to disapprove an advertisement or the information that goes up on it. It will be ours. They're going to get the revenue, no problem there. But I can imagine, let's say someone wants a political advertisement, some candidate, and that might not be, as a matter of fact, that is contrary to one of our policies. So I want to make sure that there is some understanding with the Boosters Club that the superintendent or whatever has the ability to nix any particular advertisement.
Yes, sir, you're correct. Once this is donated, it'll become the property of Moore County Schools. As such, it'll fall underneath all board policies and recommendations from the superintendent. So, you know, the principal at that point would be the designee responsible for ensuring that everything that goes up there is in alignment with policy and can approve that or disapprove that, and of course, the superintendent as well.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
Moving right along, the comprehensive facilities review.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Purvis will stay up to offer you our recommendation for approval of the Britton engineering contract for HVAC study, but we wanted to give you a little bit of a summary, Ms. Purvis, of the work in collaboration with our Construction and Facilities Committee that we're going to be moving forward with is an overall facilities review of our facilities across Moore County and to get an update on what's may be needed immediately, what may be needed the next 3 years, the next 5 years, next 10 years. And so we have a total district-wide assessment of that work, and we're going to be working with Dr. Jim Watson for that. Part of that is also getting independently a review of your mechanical systems, your HVAC, et cetera, but also your roofing and your structural systems. And so anyway, Ms. Purvis is going to give a quick review of that, an overview of that. The mechanical engineer, Britton, does require your approval because it's over $50,000. So that's why that's being brought for your consideration, and certainly comes with my recommendation for approval. So, Ms. Purvis?
Yes, sir. This independent review will, as Dr. Locklear stated, look at the facility overall. They will look at all mechanical systems, all roofing. There will be an assessment of each elementary school playground. Now, we did take out the 4 new elementary schools in terms of review of the facility, the roofing, and the mechanical, because those are new, and we can certainly include them in the next facility review and, you know, years down the road. Don't see that as necessary, but I did include those 4 in the playground review because we just want to make sure as we're looking at everything that we have alignment where needed. So those are included. This assessment will study and look at renovations, additions, the need for possible new schools. It will assess, as we said, roofs and HVAC, mechanical systems. This will give us an independent, comprehensive look at what we need immediately, as well as the next 3, 5, and 10 years as we develop our capital plan and as we get a look at what we might need in terms of revenue for those years. Dr. Jim Watson will be heading up through WSSR Consulting Group, that contract approved by the superintendent. Structural engineers, REI will be doing the roofing, that contract as well, $28,000 approved by Dr. Locklear. And then Britton Mechanical, $51,200. We are seeking board approval. I will share with you that Dr. Jim Watson, who's heading this up, did source out 3 or 4 as he was looking for mechanical engineers. This was the lowest bid because it is quite involved. The total cost of the independent needs review will be $109,250 altogether. And related documents, you can see a copy of each of these contracts attached to the executive summary. Questions?
Question.
Yes, Mr. Benway.
I'm not sure if my mic's on or not. Nothing green. In the past, it's been the position of this board, at least it was an emerging position, that new school evaluation would take a look at a pathway to developing community schools, vice the factory schools that many of us have seen over time here. Will the guidance to the consultant be to take a look at that feasibility of giving priority to community schools, or can it?
That could be a possibility that we discuss.
Okay, I'd like to see that put into the specifications.
That's what I,
And I would also add that could also, Mr. Benway, be a part of once the board is moving forward with a plan, for example, for a new elementary school or for a new middle school, that's part of that planning of where you site it, where you might site the school, how big of a school you would build, et cetera. So I think it comes into that conversation as well.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
great.
And if I could chime in on that, two points. First of all, let's define community school a little bit. My definition of a community elementary or middle school would be 300-400 students versus 600 to 800 of a mid-sized school. So I think we would agree on that being a community-sized school. Something else when you're talking to them, and the cart might be a little bit before the horse, is I was looking at this last night in preparation of today's meeting. One of our goals to our new middle school has to be so that we can keep elementary cohorts together. You know, the last school reassignment plan, it chopped the students who attend Southern Pines Elementary, half of them go north, half of them go south. The students that attend Pinehurst Elementary, 50% of them go west and 50% of them go southeast. We have got to, one of our goals has to be, both in our school reassignment plan and our construction, is that we do our best. We do our very, very best to keep cohorts of students together. When they walk through that door from first grade, that when they graduate in 12th grade, we do our best to keep them together. So that, anyway, when you're talking with them.
Yes, sir.
I agree with that. Let me add that I think in the handoff from elementary to middle to high school,
Right.
I think that continuity pays off. It
Yeah,
really does.
right. Well, we'll talk about it in the school assignment plan, but, if you want to talk about Cranes Creek, let's talk about Cranes Creek. I've sat here and I've listened to the professionals whose opinion I respect, talk about how the transition to middle school is so difficult. All of a sudden you have increased responsibility and this and that. Well, why do you make it even more difficult by ripping apart the cohort? So we have got to fix that both in our school reassignment plan and in the facilities that we construct.
Others? Once again, kudos to Dr. Locklear and his staff here, because 2 years ago, I had asked for something like this. And unfortunately, what we got was an internal memorandum of our future needs. And now we're getting an outside evaluation, which is what we've needed all along. So while it's not cheap, I think this will help guide us and will also help guide the county commissioners, because when we have to build a school or whatever, we're talking about a lot of money in capital costs. And I think the county commissioners want to make sure that we're doing it right, and we are also taking care of the portions of the county where we expect expanded students, and to not forget the portions of the county that maybe are more rural, but who need upgrading in their schools and upgrading in their facilities. So once again, kudos. I know it's expensive, but I think it's a good idea to get this thorough evaluation. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Anything else? Okay. Let me do, before we break for lunch, the field trips.
Ms. Metcalf is here to, a couple of field trips we have requests today. So I'll just let Ms. Metcalf give a brief overview of those, and it does come with my recommendation to approve next week. Thank you, Tracy.
Good afternoon. We have two schools that are requesting out-of-state travel. West Pine Middle, the members of their Quiz Bowl team qualified for the national championship, which will take place in Chicago next month. And then Pinecrest High School, their women's golf team was selected to compete in the High School Golf National Invitational in Frisco, Texas in July.
Let me ask something that I know a lot of people are going to ask about. Are we taking, are we properly chaperoning? I assume the answer is yes. The students who are going to be in Chicago, because I know Chicago has a reputation of being a could be even in some of the best portions of Chicago.
So all students going to Chicago would be accompanied by a parent.
That's right.
Okay, very, very good. So we thoroughly appreciate that and thoroughly appreciate the foresight in that. Okay. Anything further? No? Okay. I think that's probably, somebody tells me that's going to be on the consent decree, but who knows?
Did you have, no, did you? Oh, I didn't have another question, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you,
And,
Trey.
yeah. Okay, I see that we have staff here, so let me not break for lunch right now. And let's go to the device refresh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is for a device refresh for renewed laptops for our teachers at Pinecrest High School. And this is, again, part of leveraging those FCC emergency connectivity funds that we got. We're now able to reshuffle the deck on a couple of things, but leverage funding to go further for the needs, the technology needs that we have. So, Mr. Eklund, who's always here, and Ms. Sinan is joining us. Maybe the first time she's been in front of the board, Jamie Sinan, our Executive Officer for Academics and Student Support Services, and Dr. Metcalf. So I'm assuming I'm turning it over to the team here.
Okay.
Ken?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear, Chair Levy. Yes, as Dr. Locklear explained, by leveraging our ECF funds that made ESSER funds available to refresh teacher laptops at Pinecrest High School, because they fall within the funding window for the ESSER 2 funds, we're requesting that we go ahead and get approval for 140 laptops. Pinecrest has seen some staff expansion just because of some additional teaching positions in the last few years. So you have the information related to the quote, and if I'm available for any questions.
Any questions on this? Yes.
Yeah, over the weekend, I decided to recharge my trusty Lenovo here. And it occurred to me that we've just rejected the notion of having TikTok on our network. At the same time, we've got networks sitting on laptops made by the Chinese communists. And I'm just wondering what the security potential problems are with this approach. And is there a substitute we can look at?
Well, I think you'll find that most of the vendors work from the same factories. The actual chipsets, there's been some actual assessment of chipsets in devices to say that there's nothing else that's going on. We certainly see all traffic that goes across our network, and so if anything was getting flagged, we would see that as well as going through our firewall. So I don't really see that we have any particular concerns with the actual hardware devices.
Governor DeSantis just outlawed the Chinese UAVs that they're using around the state because of the connectivity between those UAVs and databases in China.
Well,
so I'm just wondering if there's, have you looked at that, and if so,
we don't have any services that sort of that phone home services. Like what they may be talking about is those drones. The service is you sign in and then it goes, and the management of them is through networks that go overseas. In this case, we don't have anything that these are talking or being managed by anything outside of our own network control.
Okay.
So.
All right, thank you.
Anything further? Yes, Mr. Henson.
I did want to comment on what Mr. Benway said, and Mr. Eklund will know, he's heard me say this before. Look, we as a board in Moore County Schools have to be concerned about student privacy, because Ken, it's even worse than you described, right? I mean, if you think about the potential vulnerabilities, we have relatively low, inexpensive Chromebooks, $350 each, made in China, running the Google Android operating system. And, of course, Google makes their living, off of mining and selling data. The Washington Post had a story, an above-the-fold story 6 months or so ago about, I think they stopped short of saying the academic industrial complex, but they might have actually used those terms. But it talked about even programs such as PowerSchool mining and selling student data, and PowerSchool isn't some obscure program, somewhere else, made in overseas or whatnot. So we have to remain vigilant. That's a good question, and you know, the student privacy, well, privacy in general, but student privacy is going to grow and grow and grow in importance. The article in the Washington Post made it clear that software vendors and hardware vendors targeting towards academia were selling the information, student information. And that was the Washington Post, you know, so that is far from a, you know, that is a center-left publication. So anyway, student privacy is, you know, it's beyond the scope of this work session, but, you know, it was going to be an increasing focus of the board, and it should be a concern of school districts throughout throughout the United States. And, you know, Mr. Eklund and staff are certainly more than competent, you know, and are top of it as they understand it now, but as things emerge and things come out, you never know what you don't know.
And I just want to, this will preview some information that I think I've shared with the board in our regular monthly board updates. But we also have a data security agreement that we work through with both of the legal teams, both previously and our current legal team, that we're having all vendors sign related to the protection and the ownership of our student data. So that we are aware of that, and we make sure that any vendor that's handling student data is signing that agreement, so.
And just rest assured that student privacy has to be a priority and will be a priority. I think everyone agrees to that, with that.
And I might add what I've said many, many times before through Mr. Eckend and your staff. I think that we have probably the best IT staff in the state of North Carolina, if not the nation, for school districts. So we thoroughly appreciate your efforts.
Thank you. It's an honor to be part of their team.
All right, so we've done that. Can we do the emergency
I think so.
connectivity?
Teams.
We'll come back and do policy.
Yeah.
The same teams can handle that one, Mr.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mr. Lee.
go ahead.
All right, Mr. Eklund?
Yes, thank you. In addition to the student devices and other things that we've applied for emergency connectivity funds, we also looked at the opportunity to provide, we already have Wi-Fi on all the activity buses. We were funded to provide Wi-Fi services on all the yellow buses, all the actual yellow buses that are in service. They approved us for 97 buses. So we seek your approval to go ahead with that project. I think it's been seen in districts that have done this before, that they actually see discipline issues drop down because students could be working on things. You know, it also helps with students that have very long bus rides. They could actually be online and working. This is going to be fully filtered only for the student devices, so it's not like it's open internet or anything like that. We're going to apply the same policies we apply at school on the internet that's on these buses. Because of the size of this contract, even though it's fully funded by the Emergency Connectivity Fund, we seek your approval to move ahead with this project.
Okay, any questions or comments?
I
David?
have a question. How do the buses access the internet? Is it cellular,
Yes,
or is
it's a
it
cellular
cellular
modem and there's an antenna on top of the bus that connects to the cellular network, and then there is a Wi-Fi router inside the bus that allows just specific devices to connect.
So the bus has to be in an area that has internet, that has cellular
That's
service,
correct.
and the cellular service has to not be saturated, and it has to have some reasonable degree of bandwidth to support 40 student
That's
devices.
correct,
Right.
that's correct.
In other words, it's not SpaceX, because they have a mobile version.
No, yeah, it is cellular service, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anything else? If not, we thank you very
Thank you.
much. We're
Thank you,
gonna
team.
probably stand in recess here. Am I correct for everyone? Till lunch, how long do you think you guys need? An hour? If it's an hour, then we'll get back here at 1:15, if that's okay. We'll stand in recess.
Thank you.
Don't complain.
I just said it, I don't know, I have nothing, I got nothing.
Okay, we'll go back in session for the Board of Education for Moore County. Our next item on the agenda is our policies. Although I see Dr. Alpenfels here, what I wanted to do first, Dr. Alpenfels, was go over those, the Parents' Bill of Rights and the reading initiative, because those are actually initiatives that I did. The Parents' Bill of Rights is a Bill of Rights which is based partially on the Virginia Bill of Rights and partially on the Bill of Rights which is currently before the legislature. There is some thought that we ought to wait for the legislature. I differ with that. I think we need to declare a Parents' Bill of Rights now. And to the extent that the legislature decides on something different, which is inconsistent, which it's not going to be inconsistent, but if it could be inconsistent, we can always amend. But I think it's very, very important for us to lay down a policy which will say to our parents, we're partners, and especially when it comes to the mental health of the children, you're in the driver's seat. I will say that when it does come to mental health of the children, there is a safety valve in the Parents' Bill of Rights. And that is to the extent that a principal and a teacher, you have to also have a principal, and a teacher believe that, that discussing the mental health of a student will be detrimental to the student, then they're directed to call Children's Services. So there you get a safety valve, which does two things in my opinion. Number one, ensures that we'll get the best coverage of parents' involvement in their children's mental health. But two, we won't have a teacher or who will say, well, I'm just going to say that it will be detrimental to the child to discuss this with a parent. No, you have to call Children's Services so that there will be because it'll be a serious, I think it's a very serious matter. If you believe that that a parent will endanger a child, and we're all, everybody sitting here, including our teachers, are mandated reporters. So that does that, but it brings us into line with both North Carolina and Virginia. So I think that's also very good. So let me just deal with the Parents' Bill of Rights. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go over to our reading initiative. A reading initiative is something which is very, very close to my heart. I drafted it because what it effectively does is it says our students will read one book in between 2nd and 10th grade. They will read one book for every reporting period, which I believe is, correct, that's 9 weeks?
Yes, sir.
And there are 4 9-week reporting periods in the school year. Am I right on that?
A physical book, correct?
Physical book, yes. They will, so you're talking about students reading 4 physical books a year, okay? And they, in their English assignments, they will have to do a physical book report on each book, okay? So what this is aimed at, I know that we have the battle of the books, and I know that we have a lot of students who read a lot of books. But, you know, and at the risk of quoting a person who, at least in conservative circles, is not well liked, John Dewey, who is I believe it's John Dewey, but the last name is Dewey. as the father of modern education, says we learn by doing, okay? So while it's important to learn logic and learning geometry, to learn logic, it is important to simply do, or is it important to learn how to build a building with, by learning the Pythagorean theorem. The idea is to build the building and use the Pythagorean theorem. The whole idea behind learn by doing is that we're gonna learn to read in part. We're gonna teach children how to read, obviously. It's one of the reasons why this starts in the second grade, not in the first grade or in kindergarten. You're gonna teach the kids how to read, and then they're gonna learn by doing. They're gonna sharpen their skills by doing, by reading. Now, I do understand that in certain schools, they do more than this. Well, that's fine, okay? If they do more than 4 books a year, then that's great. But this is aimed at those students who would never open a book if their lives depended on it or if they didn't have to. And to get them into the habit of reading books and reporting on the books. And to get us into being a reading district. And to the extent that it's not done, this will ensure that it's done. Now, the initiative says that you cannot progress into the next grade unless you've done your 4 book reports. But there is a saving grace here. We defer to IEPs, and we defer to 504s, and we defer also to special English learner special programs, okay? So that what we're trying to do is we are trying to make sure that this does not put the bar too high for our special needs students, yet for all of our educationally capable students, and that's most every single student, they can read their 4 books, report on it, and gladly go to the next grade. In the end, the state law does say that the principal and the superintendent have the last say over who is promoted. And so this initiative makes sure that it does not trample on their prerogative. So with that, I present this new reading, our committee presents this new reading initiative. Any questions or comments? Yes,
I'm gonna go.
okay, I figured.
So we've been doing this, since kindergarten. I remember my child, going into the classroom, and we do a round robin where we'd talk. Every student would have a book, and they'd have to talk about it, and they wrote about it, and they actually made their own book. So I think they are doing it. To me, this just seems like it's more like you trying to dictate what teachers should be doing in their classroom. And I don't agree with this at all, because I think they're doing it anyhow, and it book reports are so, to me, no offense, but they're very old aged, and sorry, and I don't mean in any disrespect to that, but I just mean that there are other ways of doing book reports. But as far as like, you didn't do your 4 book reports, you don't get to go to 3rd grade, I just don't agree with that at all. I think teachers are doing them. You may not be seeing them. It's in the curriculum to do books, to read the certain books for, I believe my child read The Outsiders last year. She had to do a book report on that and do a front cover of what her favorite part of the book was, and do a front cover and do a book report on that. So I think we are doing that. I just don't like that it's in a policy, because to me it's like dictating it, like what the teachers should be doing. So I would be against this portion.
Okay, other comments?
Yeah, I think this is a valid checkpoint along the way to reading proficiency, and it could also guide the mentoring process remedial processes, et cetera, I think it's a worthwhile thing doing. In fact, I'd add rhetoric to it.
Yeah, what?
I'd add rhetoric to the whole process.
Oh, rhetoric, okay. Yes, other comments?
You're dangerously close to a classical education.
Oh,
Couldn't have that.
Okay.
I would only note, as it's noted in executive summary, I don't recommend this policy. I do believe there's a depth of rigor that our teachers are using in the classrooms that go beyond this. And I don't believe we need to mandate this specific thing for our teachers in our classrooms. I think the book reports are great. I think there's great value. I share your passion over literacy and appreciate that, but I would just say, as superintendent, I don't recommend this policy.
Yes, other comments? David?
So, one question I have, and then I have a comment. So first of all, I thought part of this is not just the reading part to make sure. I mean, we've got 48% of our African-American students graduating no. 48% of our students graduating 8th grade are not proficient in reading. Let me say that again. 48% of the students in Moore County schools, per the state reports, are not proficient in reading. And in African-American communities, it's sadly in the 20s, right? So I think this is an attempt by the chair to ensure, I mean, if half our people graduating can't read, then maybe we should implement reading 4 books and doing book reports. I mean, that's what's driving this. He didn't just wake up and go, oh my gosh, let's do this. It's those reports. Now, I know there's other measures and stuff that Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Falls would point out. You know, there's good news, right? But, you know, those are the numbers that the public sees, and this is an attempt to address that. So I think that's where the chair is coming from in this policy. And probably a large part of the Moore County public would agree with this because they see those results. But this policy was to do 2 things. Right, by the way, note, I did say there's a lot of good news coming out of Moore County schools. There are other measures, but you know, that's what people see. Anyway, so let me get back. So there were 2 parts of this. There was the reading part, but there was also to make sure our students are proficient at handwriting. Right. So I would just point out that the way this is written, you know, a book report will be submitted to the teacher in writing and in English. That, you know, maybe that needs to say in handwriting. Because if you say writing, you know, well, it's written, you know, here you go, here's a written book. You know, a lot of people would consider a typewritten report a written report. And I think part of this is to ensure that our students also are proficient at handwriting or printing.
Yes.
So that's my question is, did you intend this policy to also ensure that our students can reprint or write, and that should be handwritten report?
That's what I was thinking when I did it. And I would have no problem if you wanted to amend it to say handwritten.
Oh, I would make that handwritten. That way it's clear, because if you met and your committee met handwritten but you just said written, then you're gonna get typewritten, you know.
Is it the consensus of the board, except one?
Let me say this, if we're gonna do this policy, I would recommend that it be handwritten. That's a separate question, is whether we're gonna do the policy or not.
Okay.
Could I share my thoughts on that?
Yes, sir.
Please.
I wouldn't recommend that if the policy moves forward to specifically say handwritten. I think there's not many of us in our jobs today that submit handwritten work. We usually use, you know, we type it, we use a computer. I think that's part of the skill that would be honed in this process if the policy moved forward. But I would also note there are specific students that would be very, very, very challenging for them, and, you know, from my own personal experience with my own kids. So I don't know if I certainly would not recommend that if I don't recommend the policy at all. I've said that, and I have my reasons for that. But if the policy moved forward, I would not recommend that change. That's just my perspective, my recommendation.
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Locklear. And by the way, this discussion is independent of this policy actually passing. This is a hypothetical, right?
Yes, sir.
So at first, when you were talking about you know, some students would have concerns, you know, being able to do a handwritten report. I was thinking maybe like a handful of students that had like physical disabilities, but the longer you talked, I started becoming concerned that maybe a lot of our students can't. What percentage of our students cannot, would you anticipate not being able to do a handwritten report? At an age-appropriate handwritten report? I mean, is that a skill not being taught anymore?
No, that's required by our standards to teach
Yeah.
handwriting. But it's not one in which I think you'd find a lot of kids use a lot because for reporting and for submitting work. Certainly when you're talking about a worksheet in the classroom, they're using their handwriting, et cetera. There may be some journals that they submit that would be in handwriting. But as far as these type of reports that they're doing and they're working off of Canvas or working off Google Classroom, they're submitting it electronically.
Yeah, I would, in response to that, I would say it's all the more important that we insist that our students be able to write and write paragraphs and papers. I mean, call me old-fashioned, you know, to Miss Caldwell's point. You know, Miss Caldwell said that's the old-fashioned way. Yeah, when America led the world in education, right. The old-fashioned way was 20 or 30 years ago when America led the world in education, and now we're in the 20s. So anyway, and maybe there's a phase out, you know, but certainly in elementary and middle school, handwritten high school, yeah, hopefully they've learned to write papers by then.
I have to agree with David. I think that this is very important. Yes, we're obeying the standards and we are teaching our children cursive, how to write. As soon as we teach it, we don't use it anymore. My own grandchildren, they know cursive, they print everything, or else they're on the computer. And I think it's getting to the point where we have children who can't read this anymore. And maybe you're saying, well, maybe it's not necessary. I think it's important. I think they need to learn how to write. They need their topic paragraph, their 3 supporting paragraphs. They don't have to be long. They don't have to be pages long. Their ending to it. I have to agree with both David and Bob. I think this is very important. And from all the parents that I speak to, they're very concerned because their children do not know cursive. They don't even believe that we're teaching it in our schools. And we are, but we're not using it after that. And I think it's a concern of the community.
Other comments?
Just echo what Ms. Bruno said, that we are teaching it, but it's like, it's not like riding a bike. You don't, if you don't use it, you lose it after so long. And with typing things, it's more like an instant gratification type of thing. There's not detail oriented things. Hand-eye coordination, it helps develop that. All kinds of deeper level things in your brain happen whenever you're handwriting things. It helps you to remember your work better and everything. So I would be for it as well.
Yes, David?
I would say this is a community conversation. You know, this is a philosophical conversation as to what skills we want our students to have. And I don't assess them, you know, you guys do, and, you know, certainly parents who currently have children in school do. But, you know, if our students cannot write a 5-paragraph paper, they can't even be in the Marine Corps because someone's going to hand you a stubby pencil and you're going to have to write a 5-paragraph order. You can't even be in the Marine Corps if you can't write a 5-paragraph order. I mean, that comes to mind. But then again, you know, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said, what, less than 20% of the military-age people are eligible to go in the military in 2023, something like that. But what's interesting is Dr. Locklear talked about how in a normal course of events, students are submitting, you know, they're typing up their assignments and they're submitting them to the teacher via Canvas and other things, right? And that goes down pretty low, and boy, that's a high degree of technology. But what are you losing? Well, you're losing the ability to produce someone that can go in the Marine Corps and actually or go into the trades and actually hand write something, because that's what you got is you're not sitting behind a computer, you're out with a pencil working problems in the field, whether you're a plumber or you're whatever. So I think the fact that all of our, here's where I'm at on this, and I was very open-minded on this coming in, but here's where I'm at, is the fact that all of the assignments, or the vast majority of them, for the vast majority of grades, are submitted electronically via Canvas, and our students, it appear, other than worksheets, are not doing much writing. This absolutely needs to be a policy, because this needs to be handwritten, and this needs to be done outside of Canvas and the other electronic ways that documents are submitted.
When we say handwriting, you talking cursive?
No, handwrite, I don't care if they print or write, it's just gonna be, I'm left-handed, I print. If I tried to write cursive, no one could read it, including myself, right? So yes, hand scrawled, whether printed or cursive.
Okay. Other comments? Okay, now, this requires 2 readings. So my belief is, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, that if we want to change this, we would need a motion to amend it to handwriting here so that we could have 2 readings. Okay, so is there such a motion?
Let me say this, and this is a discussion to have, and maybe a vote for the board to have, is I am a supporter of this for the reasons I've stated.
Right.
But I am not opposed, sometimes you just kind of table things till the next month, for discussions and what. I'm not opposed to that for this one policy. Obviously, it's the will of the board, we can let this percolate until May, make whatever changes, or, as the chair said, we could vote to modify it.
Sounds to me like the will of the board is to say handwriting, and it sounds to me like,
My concern, before Dr. Locklear chimes in, my concern is that we may not know all the logistical facts. There might be some issues that we're not aware of. Maybe we could discuss them now, but there might be some that we're, but go ahead, Dr. Locklear.
I was only, to piggyback on that thought, Mr. Hensley, I was only gonna say that would, should allow us to possibly gather some feedback from our teachers through our teacher advisory council. Offers that opportunity to lay this policy in front of them and get their feedback on it and bring that back to the board as well.
one of the,
Mr. Levy, when is your next committee meeting on this?
well, it's actually, was gonna be April 20th, but it looks like it's,
We need to find another date.
we need to find another date. Okay.
That might be a good time to revisit the issue before the
It
next.
could
meeting.
be,
Let me say this.
yeah.
Look, again, I am generally in support of this. I am 99, you all know me, dive in, oh crap, the pool's doesn't have any water in it, right? But, sometimes you just gotta put the brakes on and go, let's do a little more research. I am concerned because of Dr. Locklear's reluctance. And it's not that and I'm concerned that there's things that we may not be aware of, that we make our decision not being aware of those. That makes sense, I'm sorry, I just talked. It doesn't mean that if we come back in May, after we've heard all of Dr. Locklear's concern and the reports, that we still won't go, yeah, so what, this is what we're gonna do. But I think this one might need a bit of time.
It does.
Well, I will say that this has been out before Dr. Locklear for, since before I was sick, because that's when it was presented. And I will say that Dr. Locklear has made it clear that he does oppose it. One of the things that this policy does, it is aimed strictly at our strategic plan. Our strategic plan says that we are going to lower the gap. We're going to squeeze that gap between minority students and the general population. That we're going to raise up the grades of our lower performing students. And this, to me, is essential. If it's the will of the board that we table it to to the May meeting, then that's the will of the board, that's fine. I just think that I understand that there's going to be a reluctance on the part of teachers to be told, say, what to do. But I do want to underline that this policy does not say, don't read the books and you don't pass. It says, don't read the books and you can still do it before the end of the year. And if you don't do that, the principal can still pass you and the like. And so it is not a hard and fast thing, but what it does is it makes a policy which says the vast majority of our students will read 4 books a year. And quite frankly, if there are teachers who are against educationally capable students reading 4 books a year and reporting on them, or who don't want to do the work of 4 book reports, okay, then I would say this is something that the board has to do, and the board has to take the initiative. But to the extent that there's someone who wants to put out a motion to table it to May, please do so.
I'd put out that motion to table it to May, just because I'm against it.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay? Further, yes?
I have a discussion item on this. So my only objection to not modifying this and approving it today is if there are some facts that we are unaware of that Dr. Locklear and his team couldn't present like now. And we could just discuss it now because it's not like this wasn't announced.
I
mean,
think it would
I
be
mean-
beneficial for Donna Gephardt to be here as well. Just because I think she would add some value of letting you guys know that we are doing this. I just don't think it needs to be a policy. We are not the teachers in the classroom, and you're adding more work for them as well. Not to mention, I get what you're saying and what you want to do as far as, and I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize for that. I just thought about that as I was.
politely sitting
I
there
know.
thinking, I wonder if they're ever gonna
No, you
stop
don't, but
talking.
that's okay too.
I'm so sorry. I apologize. But I mean, you guys know how I feel. I just feel like this is just gonna. I think teachers need to have value in this and speak their mind. If no one speaks their mind, then we know. But I think Donna Gephardt would add a great value in talking about it as well.
There are 2 arguments. There are 2 arguments which Ms. Colwell made. She says, we're doing it anyway, and I don't want to add any work to the teachers. Those are 2 contrary arguments. But if we're doing it anyway, then what's the harm in putting it in the policy?
Like dictating.
Because the answer is, and with all due respect to Dr. Locklear, we're not doing it anyway. Okay? We're not, our most needy students, I believe, from what I've gone out to the schools, and I've talked to some of the students and the like, our most needy students are not reading 4 books a year, okay? They are not reporting on 4 books a year. And if we are ever to get off of our, get our strategic goal, and our strategic goal is to get more literate student population. And our strategic goal is to raise the proficiency of our students. This policy is essential. And by the way, it doesn't start till next year. So there's plenty of time to prepare. And I'll bet you we're doing a favor to these students.
Well, I think not only are we doing a favor for the students, but the parents, I believe that 90% of them are really going to be behind this. Because everybody I talk to, that's their concern. Their children can't read and their children can't write. And it's their big concern. And I don't think you're going to have any backlash from the community. I think they're going to support this.
Okay. if there's nothing further, what we're gonna do is we're gonna proceed on the vote to table. Okay, this is the vote to table. Yes,
I
go ahead.
wanted one discussion item on the vote to table. So really, while you're voting on whether to table this or not, you gotta ask yourself, what would we gain by delaying it for a month? Well, we'll lose a month in planning on how this would be integrated into the next curriculum, and I'm not sure what we would gain. I mean, everyone's had time to prepare for this, and everyone, you know, if the superintendent or any member of his staff wants to step forward and present, you know, additional reasons why, you know, 50% of our students can't write, or some egregious thing as to why we shouldn't do this, you know, I invite them to come forward. But I don't see what we're gonna gain by tabling this for a month unless there's something that we just can't discuss in open session. I can't imagine what that would be.
Conversely, I would propose that we give Dr. Locklear the opportunity to develop a straw man concept and how he would implement this, how best to implement it. And we can go from there. Not so much that we can't do it, but if we have to do it, then how best to do it.
Yeah, and then the only other thing I would say is, you know, there's debate as to whether we're doing this or not, and, you know, Mr. Levy's argument is that this is really targeted towards the lower academic performing students who may not be reading any books, as evidenced by their reading proficiency. And so the other thing I would add is we're clearly not doing the written part if many of our grades have moved to, you know, all online submission of stuff. So I look at this as, I look at the handwritten part equally as important as the book report part.
I do too.
Okay. And procedurally, if we vote not to table, then a motion in order would be in order for the handwritten part. But first, we have a motion on the floor to table. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion. All those in favor of tabling, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay. All those opposed to tabling. 1, 2, 3. 3 to 3, the motion fails because it does not get a majority. Okay. So is there a motion to amend? Okay, so there's no motion to amend to
Wait.
say handwritten.
Oh, yes, to amend that part?
Oh, wait, okay, just to clarify.
Okay.
It is not
The motion to table has failed, so it's not been tabled. So this
That's right.
side, you should be unhappy, this side, you should, Pauline, you can be happy.
I'm very happy.
Yes, yes,
So
it is.
the motion was not tabled, so
Okay.
now we're moving on. So I make a motion to modify the language of the policy to read,
Mr. Hensley, if it's okay, I'd be happy to work with Mr. Schwartz. I think we're going to have to just flip a sentence around, and I'd be pleased to work with him to provide that language, if you're okay with that, Mr. Hensley.
I think that's fine. The idea is, I believe your motion is that the book report be handwritten.
yes, make a motion so that it accurate, I want to make a motion that the policy accurately reflects the desire that the book report be handwritten.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the handwritten portion of this?
Recess.
I was just gonna, you said if there's anything additional to share. And I'll just reiterate some points I've already made. Again, I'm not opposed to book reports, by no
Right,
means.
who isn't? All right, for the record, everyone's for
Yeah,
book report.
I'm not opposed to the practice of doing a book report, reading a book and reporting on it, certainly by no means. I'm not opposed to that at all. My recommendation not to move forward with a policy that dictates down to that level of what a teacher's doing on their classroom on a regular basis, when we're already doing a great depth of work on trying to build the literacy skills and reading skills of our young readers as well as our maturing readers. And that's really where this comes from for me. I wouldn't claim to be the expert that Adonna Gephardt is or some of our other staff are with around of the specifics of how that's being done. But there is a lot of rigor, a lot of time, a lot of effort that our teachers are putting into that practice right now. And so one of my core reasons for not recommending this is managing it down to that level of what that teacher will be doing. And I just don't think that's where we want to be in policy. And so that's why I'm not recommending the policy. When you think about handwriting and including that in it, again, I feel like, yeah, I'm not going to argue that my kid's writing's not great. And I've got one kid that has pretty good writing and one that's atrocious. Not atrocious, he's gonna get me for this later. I gotta go home.
This is being
He's gonna-
recorded. There's a
he's-
quote being recorded.
He probably was about to crank up the lawnmower to mow the grass. I ain't doing it now. But,
Don't write in the newspaper, please.
yeah, don't say that about my, please don't quote me on that. But I got one kid who struggles with it and one kid who's much more proficient at it. But my point is, all kids are on different levels with that. But, and I think it's something we can continue to emphasize as a school district. But again, would not suggest we put it in policy. If this policy passes, for reporting with a book report once a quarter, we allow that student to submit that book report in the form that works for that student, if the policy were to move forward. So that's really what I could share in my feedback from your question. And you're right, there is some good news coming out. Our students can read. There's a difference between a Lexile score, the level of reading, and an end of grade reading test. And I know to the public, Mr. Hensley, your point, it all means the same. And so I understand that and sensitive to that.
Well, it is, and just let me say, the end of the grade course are an objective measurement to measure one school against another, one school district against another. But obviously different types of tests have different results.
But let me also say that to correct the superintendent, the only, in our strategic plan, the only Lexile score, I believe, deals with 10th grade. Otherwise, in our strategic plan, we're dealing with the entire EOG, which is grade level proficiency. Okay, so this is as a board, we have to step in, and I don't know about the others. I campaigned on, number one, getting the strategic plan into writing and into percentages. And number two, making sure that we take steps to do that. And oddly enough, I think this idea of a handwritten document is really important because, as you say, when you're out in the field and you're in the armed forces, you better know how to write a handwritten order with a pencil on a piece of paper. And the
Or a
like.
tradesman,
Or a tradesman,
or in the military. So right there, 2 of our 3 career paths really require being able to clearly write.
Or if the grid goes down tomorrow, what do you do?
but so are there, yes,
Yeah, question. Dr. Locklear, for the intents of achieving the goals of the strategic plan in terms of reading, do we have an existing block that's called proficiency in reading and communicating by writing? Is there some sort of a block that aims at this already?
And I'll invite my academic student support services team to come up if they can add value. But yes, our elementaries block their time in the classroom. You probably went into some English language arts
Sure I did.
classes, reading classes. I think we asked them to do a minimum of 90 minutes a day in those classes. But yes, sir, we currently block time to support reading and reading proficiency. And then in our middle grades, you're going to have English language arts class. And so every student takes that as one of their classes. In high school, a high school student who graduates required to have four credits of English in 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. So yes, sir, we have that K-12 throughout our schools.
I'm just
I don't know if
wondering-
that answers your question.
It
but-
it does. I'm just wondering, do we have checkpoints to see where we're at along the way, official evaluations along the way?
Official evaluations, the end of grade test is how the state of North Carolina sets it up. We have end of grade in reading in grades 3 through 8. And then the end of course English test, which measures a lot of different things, not just reading. We pull Lexile reading level from that 10th grade test. That's given in 10th grade English.
now let me do one thing. because we have one member who's going to be leaving. And I want to make sure this is germane to the question, because we don't have to take a vote on the overall policy. We are currently doing on the handwritten stuff. So the question is, do you have things which are germane to handwriting? That's the question here in this discussion,
For the motion that's currently on
for
the
the
floor.
motion that's currently on the floor.
I was just trying to gain some
Well,
more background, which we haven't got enough
No,
of.
no, I'm gonna give time for that as well, okay? But so before our member has to leave, I wanna make sure that we get, just full discussion and a vote on the question of handwritten, the word handwritten.
Ms. Simon, Dr. Metcalf, is there anything you can add about our handwriting, cursive, et cetera, is taught in our elementary grades?
And it's required, elementary school, it's required for them to teach handwriting. They have to be able to, third grade, they have to be able to, according to the policy, according to general statute, they have to be able to write a document before they leave elementary school. That's a requirement. They have to be able to do that before they leave, and that's why they have the handwriting curriculum in place so that they do that.
Good, so this policy just reinforces and requires the students to practice what's in the general statutes. Just one question, is that, everyone handwritten, is that cursive or printing? or-
Cursive. Cursive, yep. The requirement is that they are learning cursive. They do that in the third grade, and they have to be able to, like I said, create a document that's readable before they leave elementary school.
Well, this adds to the rigor, because they'll be doing it in second grade, okay?
Yeah, not only that, so they're required to do this document, but what happens in fourth grade and fifth grade and sixth grade? It's not being carried on. And just like somebody said, riding a bicycle, you don't do it, it's gone.
And I can't speak to every single class. I mean,
No,
I'm not.
I understand.
But I've seen it in the, because I've gone and visited schools, I've seen it. I can't say, yes, it's, it's happened in every single classroom. But that's, the expectation is for them to continue that.
Okay, anything further which is germane to the word handwritten? Okay, if there's no further discussion, we'll move to a vote to amend the document to reflect handwritten. All those in favor, raise your hand, please. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 1. Carries. It's amended 5-1. Now, yes, we're not going to vote on the policy, but I'm going to go ahead and allow further discussion on the policy itself. Okay, go ahead. Was there further discussion on the policy? Okay.
There are, not this specific, but there are a few other policies.
Oh,
that
there
have
are
to
some
go
other
over.
policies, no doubt. Okay, thank you. So we will then vote on that policy. This is a first reading. We'll vote on the policy at our next, at our business meeting.
If I
Okay.
do have a question, is
Yeah.
Dr. Locklear going to be bringing, you'll bring Ms. Eklund, I'm assuming, is that correct?
Ms. Gephardt?
Ms. Gephardt,
Ms. Gephardt.
excuse me, next month to talk to us and let us know, like, where we're already implementing it, so to speak? Where what are we really requiring more than what's already being done, and the burden, if you would consider it a burden, it would put on our teachers to implement this, just to have that ready for us?
Are you asking for that for Monday, Ms. Davis, or next month?
No, for next month, yes,
Okay.
sir. Not,
We
I wouldn't-
certainly can work on having Ms. Gephardt.
Yeah.
I think we talked about this somewhat in the board curriculum committee.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Ms. Gephardt would be well versed to be able to come and do that.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be voting on it, though, on Monday,
On the policy.
on the policy
Oh,
on
this
Monday.
coming Monday.
Yeah, so, that's, here's the.
Dr. Metcalf, can you have Ms. Gephardt here Monday?
I can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I figured that would be the
With all
case.
confidence, I can.
I figured that'd be the case. I gotta have fairness, but I intend to fight very, very hard for this policy. It's very dear to my heart. Okay, Dr. Alpenfels, on the rest of our policies.
They are there in your agenda, Mr. Levy. I don't know if you have any questions or.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments on the rest of the policies? Those policies were, I take it, to bring us into line with our requirements of law and the like. But there are also slight changes to the policy of public comment.
And the reasons for the changes are all reflected in the table of contents.
Yes, okay. Does anybody have any questions or
I
discussions?
did have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I incorrect in, when I read it, that we would no longer be accepting call-ins on the line?
correct.
That is correct.
Why is that?
Okay, you want to explain, or you can explain?
I probably could respond. We haven't had demand for that, so there's
Right.
been 2 or 3 meetings where there's been 0 call-ins. It is a bit of a staff burden to do that, to pull that off, especially in the roving locations. So
Okay.
that's why we recommended that we take that out.
Okay. I, for one, would not support that part of it. I do believe that at times, possibly not every month, there will be people who are unable to physically be here but would still want to be heard. So I would not support that part of it, but otherwise, I don't have any comments or questions.
And the other point I'll make about the call-in is that was somewhat a product of COVID.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
That process.
Yeah,
Thank
let me, I've done a lot of thinking on that as well, and let me tell you where I'm at. First of all, we're certainly traveling around and having
We are,
board
yeah.
meetings so people can participate. And secondly, and there's another fine thing, there's another part that's related to this that Mr. Schwartz has recommended. I don't know if we put it into our policy. But when someone, I'm sorry?
No,
Oh.
it's just on this roll.
When someone appears in front of a board and speaks, right, they appear in person, they identify themselves, and you can say, oh, yeah, that's Ms. Benotz, and she's a citizen somewhere, right? When someone's calling in, it's a degree of anonymity, and that person may or may not be who they say they are. And that is quite a different thing than what is, the general statute says a citizen may appear in front of, actually it says school boards have to provide a time for citizens to appear. Having citizens appear in person is quite a different thing than having citizens call in who may or may not, they may not even live in this country. I don't know. They certainly could not be who present themselves to be. So it's a different issue. And then that ties to, something that, another recommendation our attorneys made that I'm not sure is reflected in the policy yet, so I won't say anything.
Okay.
But anyway, that's my thought is, it offers a degree of anonymity that I'm not sure the General Assembly intended or is required.
All right.
And it's quite frankly maybe a bit reckless, because it could be abused.
Sure. I understand.
I mean, imagine how many Shannon Davises could call in one night, and they were on the Howard Stern show.
Right.
Yeah, I heard an,
I was just gonna point out, if you look on number 7, that may be what Mr. Hensley's referring to. Mr. Schwartz did recommend, the addition there, that individual listed on sign-up sheet must be an individual appearing for the board and addressing the board without substitution, and speakers may not donate any portion of their time. Recorded comments or reading comments of other individuals are not permitted. So our attorney did recommend that change.
And the reason, I just didn't want to say it because I wasn't sure whether it had been enshrined in there or not, but the point of that is, you can't get up and pretend to be someone else. Oh, hey, I'm reading this for Mrs. Benotz or Mr. Benotz who couldn't be here. Well, how do we know Mr. or Mrs. Benotz? Or the infamous, oh, here's an anonymous person who was afraid. How are you getting a credibility through an anonymous thing? So anyway, that is, the right is for a person, a citizen, to stand up. So that's why I think, you can stand right there, you can say anything you want, but by God, you're going to stand there in front of us and say it.
Other discussions? One of the things I want to point out, especially for the press that's here, one of the policies deals with our school being able to have in each and every school Naloxone, which is the anti-drug drug to take care of fentanyl overdoses. And that's something that I know I've been advocating, and perhaps other people have been advocating for a long time. Our state requires us to have a policy on the storage and use of the drug, which this policy will create. But it will assure us that in each and every school, we have the ability to take care of, at least initially, some accidental or some overdoses of fentanyl and the like before the paramedics arrive. So I think that's very, very, very important. Certainly, we hope that none of our students ever take illegal drugs, and we try to prevent them from coming into our schools. But we can't be blind, and we have to know and understand that some things will happen. And here in Moore County Schools, we will be prepared for it as best we can. So I think that's essential, and I think that's outstanding that our administration is standing up for that. Okay.
I have a request.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we separate the policies? So obviously it's going to be an action item, but I didn't want to vote for all of them together because there may be some that I say yes to and some I don't say no. I say no to.
Okay. What I would propose to do next time is none of this is going to be on the consent agenda, but I will take the Parents' Bill of Rights separate, and I will take the reading separate, and at least initially, I will take the rest of them all together, if that's okay with the board. But you can have me separate them if there's, for instance, one
No,
of
I
the
think
other
that's fine.
policies.
I think
Yeah.
that's
No, that's my intent,
Yeah.
because I understand that there'll be some avid discussion amongst the board, and if not else, amongst the public.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's not, it's not a problem. And the motion is, if I didn't do it, would be to take each item ad seriatim. That's another story. Okay.
I was just thinking the same thing.
No, that's, it will be taken ad seriatim. Okay. Anything further?
Yeah, could you tell us what that means?
Actually, it means we're gonna use ad seriatim to seriatim, that's special K, not Frosted Flakes. So, cereal item.
I'm even more confused.
Can we just have the last 2 minutes edited out of this proceedings, please?
Serial, serious, more serious, seriatim, Latin for in series. So I don't want to be flippant about it, or maybe I do. It's getting late. Okay.
It is probably past your bedtime.
It definitely is. Okay, reading new policies, that comes for a vote. Approval of the let's go to the calendar. The approval of the school's calendar.
Thank you, Anita.
I was about to say the same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Levy.
Odd seriatim. Okay, go ahead.
We've got Dr. Metcalf back and Ms. Kate Fall, who's done a lot of work on our calendar work with our committee this year, so appreciate her being here. And as the board directed, 2 calendars were developed, and we've gotten feedback on that, probably more participation than we've ever had, I think, on that calendar feedback.
On both of them.
On both of them, so, which is a good thing. It's a
It
good
is.
thing that our community engaged in that, so we're happy to report back. And as you can expect, I recommend the approval of the traditional calendar that follows current law, but I wish I could recommend the other, but I'm recommending what currently confirm. Can't even talk now. I'm having your issues. I currently recommend what conforms to North Carolina school calendar law. But with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Fall.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. As Dr. Locklear mentioned, at the February 13th, 2023 regular Board of Education meeting, you endorsed the placement of the two calendars for the 24-25 school year, not next year, but the year after next, to be put out on the website between February 15th and through March 8th, 2023 for public comment. We did receive that, got great response. The traditional calendar received a total of 246 responses. With 164 responses, about 66% of those indicating support for the traditional calendar. The early start calendar, this would be the calendar that begins earlier in August but ends the semester before the holiday break in December. That received 599 responses, with 523 of those being in support of that early start calendar. So about 87% of those responses were for the early start, but positive.
Excuse me, is that overall?
We looked at them separately, so a person could comment both on the traditional and could also comment on the early start. There were two separate portals, if you will, two different places for them to both provide response and also to provide comment as well. So people may have responded on both of those, and they may have responded multiple times. There's no way for us to tell, but that was a real increase in response from what we have traditionally gotten, as you know.
Yes.
I will say there were, they respond whether they're positive about the calendar, but they also have an opportunity to provide comment and feedback. And there really were two areas, particularly on the traditional calendar, there were two areas that they had some concerns at. I think there were 21 comments on the traditional calendar around the days designated for spring break, that was early. And remember, we had aligned that spring break, the calendar committee had aligned spring break to the community college on both the early start and on the traditional. And on the traditional, there were 21 comments who felt that that was too early. It was in March, and they would prefer for it to be moved and connected to the Easter holiday, the Good Friday holiday. That is early. We talked about it. We brought back the comments to our calendar committee, not last week, I guess right before spring break.
Right before.
We brought it back and brought back and reviewed all the data from the community, all the comments that we've gotten. It is early. I'm not sure, frankly, that there's any other school district that I can think of, at least not around us, that would have spring break that early, connecting to the community college. So there's some thought about that. There was some debate around the table, and the decision of the calendar committee was, no, we've got so many students who are taking community college classes at Sandhills that we want to leave it there. But that is something for the board to give us some feedback around, because that is earlier than others are doing it. And there was, as I said, there was 21 comments, 20 of them asked for it to be more
And
connected.
that was traditional, you said, right?
On the traditional. Now, on the early start calendar, there was less concern about that, probably because of when the school year ends and when you get out, and there was just less concern about it. And maybe a greater understanding of why we would have had the break earlier in March.
It's March what?
If you can
It
bring up
goes-
the traditional calendar.
It's currently scheduled for the traditional calendar, March 10th through 14th.
Oh,
Yes.
that is
Okay,
early.
that is
It
early.
is, and it's aligned to the community college, and so that's understandably.
So-
Thank you.
So it begs the question, why does the community, so we appoint 1/3, so let's talk about this for a minute. This board appoints 1/3 of the Board of Trustees for Sandhills Community College. And other than them sending in a resume in hopes to get appointed, they never talk to us. So this Board of Education is going to fix that with future appointees, but that's not the topic right now. The topic right now is, why does Sandhills have their spring break so early? Why don't we talk to them and have them push it back so it aligns with the Easter holiday and everyone else's? Is there some law that makes theirs in early March?
I can't speak of what the laws are that impacts them. I would say this, they're dealing with much more of the early start calendar. And so it's less offensive to our community in the early start calendar than it is with the traditional. And I think part of that is when the year ends. And so they're already ending the year early. And so probably doesn't impact them as great, and it makes more sense for them to have it in that earlier time period.
It splits the semester better.
Thank you. It splits the semester better.
So theirs is about mid-semester.
Correct.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Yeah.
And you alluded to that in your earlier presentation.
The other change that was recommended, that did come back from the community, not quite as dramatic as the spring break, but the other one was about an early release day that was centered on Halloween, October 31st, and there was concern about having an early release day in the middle of the week on that Thursday. So the calendar committee did respond to that, and they do, on the traditional, recommend that that be changed from the 31st to Friday, the 25th. That aligns very well with the end of the grading period, allows for teachers to have that opportunity. So they recommended making that change, and we've made that change here in our recommended calendar for the traditional. And the same for the early start. We've moved that from the Thursday the 31st to October 4th, which is a Friday, and again, is closer to the end of the first quarter grading period, which ends on the 7th of October. So that change we did make based on the feedback. What we didn't and had conversation was about spring break, and I think that's worth the board giving us some feedback around.
Yeah, I have to agree with the public on that. That is really early. That's really early. I think it's gonna make it a long April, but I also,
Can you bring that traditional calendar
yeah,
back up,
sorry.
please, Charlie?
I'm a visual.
I will say that what we did do, if you recall,
did
is
see
around,
that.
we did do a longer break around the Good Friday in April. But yes, it is an early break.
Yeah, that is very early.
Let me say one thing. As a board, I think that we should have early release on a Wednesday and early release on a Thursday. I truly believe that early release on a Friday simply means that some of our staff is gonna take an early weekend. Now, I know that you've said I'm wrong on this in the past, but from what I've observed, it has been the case. I think it's wonderful to have an early release on Halloween so that parents, especially in our elementary grades, can get their kids ready for Halloween and can do an early trick or treat before it gets really dark. And an early release on a Thursday makes sure that I assume that the reason for the early release is that they're going to be they're going to be teachers groups planning and stuff like that. Am I correct?
Required training goes on at that time, and
Training
in some
and the
cases,
like.
it's a grading process they're working for. It's not, obviously, and you're not suggesting that's not free time for them. It's required training that the teachers do. The parents don't like it or prefer for it to be on Friday because they do want to get out of town for a long weekend. So it's really, much of that feedback is not from teachers, it's what we hear from parents that would prefer for it to be on a Friday than on a midweek where it becomes a little bit more challenging for them.
Okay,
That's what I was
I
gonna-
understand it, but I still would prefer it to be on the Thursday, especially on Halloween,
So-
especially Halloween.
Let me say this, I don't support moving the early release from October 31st to a Friday, mainly because we're gonna have school buses running up and down neighborhoods on trick or treat. That's not gonna work well. Is there a concern about school buses running up and down residential neighborhoods while trick or treat's in full swing? I would think there's concerns.
There were no comments to that effect.
Yeah, it's nothing we've ever, it's not a change. We've never had an early release on Halloween in the past.
Okay.
And generally Halloween would start after the students got home. So that it's not like we've changed something that we've traditionally done. It was a new idea that came out of the calendar committee and got a little bit of positive feedback, but in terms of the comments, not so much.
We were looking for a place to put that early release that aligned to the end of the semester for those training purposes. And so that's how the discussion came out in the calendar committee.
You mean quarter, okay?
Quarter, yes, I'm so sorry. Quarter, not semester, I apologize.
Shannon, did you want to say something?
No, I was just asking, if, with your survey, you can see, just like with Ms. Edmonds and the budget, you can see if it's parents or who it is it's.
We did not narrow it down, ask them to give any kind of identifying information on this particular survey, so we can't. I
Okay.
can't say it's 30% parents or what have you.
Yeah.
Wait a second, I thought you said parents mostly wanted the change to Friday, but now you're saying you
Well, I
don't
can't,
know.
that's based on my past analysis, that is correct. That is based on, we also take this and get feedback from our community groups and what have you, and that's what I hear back from the community groups. But you're correct, I can't tell you how many
Okay, because
parents
I-
responded.
I-
I did
I
not mean to
think
give you that interpretation.
Yeah, because I was about to change my mind, and now I'm not changing my mind now. I think it should be on Wednesday and Thursday as opposed to Friday. Because I think that assures the most productivity, and while I understand everybody wants to get away for the weekend, still, we as a board are trying to get as much productivity as we can we don't want to stress our people too much. I still think that it's important.
My concern on that, having it on a half a day on a Wednesday is I'm looking at the parent side of trying to pick up my child and working that day, and trying to find just daycare. Where on a Friday, it's easier because you could take that long weekend off. During the week, it's a little bit, to me, it would be harder. Just looking at the work side of a parent's view on that. Either way, I'm okay with what we decide. I still want the board to talk about the spring break and what your thoughts are on that, because I didn't hear anyone else talk about the spring break.
I personally think, just for my way of thinking, that spring break should always try to be aligned with Easter. Because people tend to plan around Easter, and especially the colleges, not so much Sand Hills Community College, but a lot of colleges also plan around Easter. And it's just, to me, it's always good to start around Good Friday and go the following week, or start the previous week to Good Friday and go through Easter Monday the way we did this year. And I think parents like that better. It's just my feeling as a grandparent, not a parent. I have a little kid in school.
I agree 100%. The problem is with our dual enrollment students at Sand Hills, and how does that affect them? They don't get any holiday, is what happens.
It is more of a challenge for them, that is true.
But the answer is to get Sand Hills to change, to convince them why you're not doing this Easter week. And, maybe in the future we'll have Board of Trustee members who are more interested in talking to us more than once a year, when all of a sudden they want to have cocktail parties and stuff to court our votes.
I would say that the true answer, in my opinion, is be able to do an early release schedule where a mid-semester break matches up in March, and it wouldn't feel so early because you were ending the school year. And
That doesn't solve the Easter problem, though.
yeah, you still have to have some period of time around the Easter, like we built into that. You still have 4 days around the Easter for students. But it appears so early, I think, in the traditional calendar in particular.
What happens?
Oh, no, please, go right ahead.
I was just going to ask, what happens to the students who are at Sand Hills Community College and say that we had spring break during Easter? What happens to them?
In the colleges, it's a
Yeah.
great question, and it's always been that way. It's traditionally been that way, right? And so I think the college works with those families and those students, and so I think
Okay.
it's similar to the way we would manage it with our students, is that you're working with those families and those particular students. And some make the decision to stay in town, and in some cases, when they maybe the student works with their professor to work through that. And the college has been very responsible with us, very responsive to us, but it does create an extra challenge.
Okay.
When do we have to choose, Dr. Locklear, on these calendars?
Is that a vote for Monday?
This would be on the board's consideration, currently on the board's consideration for Monday. We already have our calendar approved for next school year. This is for the following school year. I think there is some requirements of the next school calendar, I want to say by April.
Now, we're
But
a year
we're
ahead.
ahead of that.
We're a
so-
year ahead,
right.
but our goal is always to be at least a year ahead with a published calendar.
So you're telling me that by Monday, we have to choose? Because we got two calendars here, and obviously we're gonna have to choose one of the calendars. My concern is that we still have some things going on in the legislature that might suggest that we postpone this till May.
Could be the board's prerogative, yes, sir.
And I don't know how the board feels about that, so how you feel about that?
I was waiting for the discussion on the particulars of the calendars, just to bring up the votes on the two calendars. But to Mr. Levy's point, well, let me address his first question, is that in order to stay on the normal schedule, it would be approved this month, right? But there's actually no damage to postponing it to next month,
There is
other than a month later's notice, correct?
There's no requirement we'd be breaking the
Right,
nature.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so, it's a simple metrics, we pass a tradition, there's two options, when eventually we vote, we pass a traditional calendar, which is this one, I think, and then, what do we do if the law changes? Because to Mr. Levy's point, there's several bills in the legislature, and, Wake County Public Schools has, followed our lead in calling for a change, calendar flexibility. And, there's a lot of pressure being put on both sides of the legislature that hasn't existed in the past. So, it might pass. So we could, if we vote on it this month, then it could pass in the legislature, and then, oh crap, we just passed what we didn't want, right?
But we could always bring it back. I mean, the board can always make adjustments to the calendar. We've been we have done that before. We did that with Southern Middle School, of course, as you know. We've done that in previous years where we've had to make adjustments due to weather. We can always bring a calendar back and say, we want to make these changes. Where you get into trouble is if it gets too close and parents have already made vacation time plans and those kinds of things. But a year out, 7 to 8 months out, the board may feel comfortable making a major change then.
Well, or we could wait a month, and then no one makes
Certainly.
any long-term plans
Certainly.
until then. But then the flip side is, we pass what I call the common sense calendar that conforms to with like the rest of the world except North Carolina public schools. Almost literally, I think. But an interesting thing is Lee County last month passed, not talked about, they've already passed a non-conforming calendar for 24-25, and I've not heard any pending lawsuits or anything yet. So, I don't know, there's just a lot going on right now. I'm kind of tending with Mr. Levy on this one, is to put it on hold, and maybe we do a full court press on legislature, and hopefully they make a decision one way or another between now and May. Just make a decision.
Yeah, so it's the consensus of the board that we table this until May, is that correct?
I'd be okay with that.
All right. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of tabling this matter until May, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And let's hope that the legislature.
guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you,
hard
Kate.
work.
Thank you, Mike.
And let's hope that the legislature comes to its senses. Okay, so we have the school board meeting agenda for next time. So tell me if tell me if I'm wrong on this. My belief is that the proposed preliminary budget be an action item.
Action, yep.
That the amended FY be consent.
Yep.
That the audit be consent. That the, that the donation of the video thing be consent. Okay? That the facilities review consent.
Yes.
Yep.
All right?
Field trips?
That the field trips be on the consent calendar. That the refreshing of the, thank you, the refreshing of the computers, is that a consent, or is it anyone?
Consent.
Consent. All right. That the emergency, the Wi-Fi be the consent,
Yes.
okay? That the, obviously, the policies be on the voting calendar. We're not going to have the approval of the budget, so that's been tabled. So that should be our agenda for next time. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, charter students, yes, go ahead.
5-minute recess, 10-minute
Fine.
recess.
All right, your 10 minutes?
Quarter till maybe.
You got it. We stand in recess, 10 minutes. Calling us back into order. How about a third quarter student discipline update?
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll let you just dive right in, Ms. Metcalf. This has become part of our regular practice, reporting out on our discipline data each quarter. And I'll let Dr. Metcalf and the team
Yeah, I'm
jump right
gonna
in.
jump in before Tracy or Mrs. Metcalf takes over here. I just wanted to introduce Captain Gooch. For those of you who may not know Captain Gooch, he is filling in for Chief Hardy today. Chief Hardy is where he is supposed to be. His daughter is giving birth to his first grandchild this afternoon, and I was just asking whether we gotten a word yet, and we have not. But very excited for him, and so we gave him 1 day off. So Captain Gooch is here filling in on both this presentation and the next presentation. We appreciate you doing that, Captain.
Thank you.
All right, Tracy.
Thank you. So this is our Q3 student discipline update. And we, again, will use the same format and focus on the same areas that we did for the semester. So Charlie, if you'll go forward. Oh, I have it. That's a dangerous thing. All right, so this is the original chart. This is overall Moore County Schools discipline data. We have that broken into office discipline referrals, in-school suspension. Remember, that includes full day and partial day, out-of-school suspensions, and bus suspensions. It does compare Q3 from 21-22 to Q3 of 22-23. And I think if you look at those numbers, you'll see a significant increase across the board. In looking at that, I think one thing to remember is that this is discipline data that we review with our principals on a regular basis. I know that many of our principals took that semester 1 data and really went back in to reset expectations and the consequences that go with not meeting those expectations, and have followed through with that. I think that there is also, you know, you've gone through a semester, you've gone through your levels of interventions, and you've come to that repeated behavior where now we've upped the consequences for that. I also think it's interesting to note that we've had a lot of change in leadership at schools. And so you do have new principals who are redefining or re-emphasizing those rules or implementing them in their way. So I think that may account for some of those increases.
Here, here.
All right. Oh, I forget I have it. We also reported last time on Moore County Schools police consequences, remembering that the administrative consequences and police consequences are two different things. So comparing Q3 of last year to this year, we have 29 students now who have gone through the Second Chance program, 11 in teen court, and we had 20 referrals to the Department of Juvenile Justice. Remember, too, that Chief Hardy set the policy that any student who makes a threat of mass violence in our schools is automatically referred to the Department of Juvenile Justice and does not stop at teen court or the Second Chance program. So that may be the reason for some of that increase. We also know that an increase in repeated behaviors will often lead not only to a heavier administrative consequence, but also incur a police consequence as well. Oh, wait, I have the thing. All right, I don't know how to do this part. Oh, thanks, Charlie. All right, these are our overall Q3 offenses, which hopefully we'll get to make bigger. These are in order of the, by number, most referrals that we've had. Note, there is a huge difference, say, between aggressive behavior with 180 in last year's Q3 and 313 this year, but the percentage of the behavior as an offense is about the same. So none of the percentages have changed in great deal from last year at this time. Just give you a second to look at that.
Can you explain what the percentage is based on, please? I don't quite
So,
understand.
it is the percent of the total number of referrals
Okay.
for the district. So 14% of the total referrals were for aggressive behavior with physical contact.
But the number of referrals were up.
But the number of referrals, but in terms of their percentage as a behavior is about the
Different
same.
behaviors, like who fights and who.
Right, so inappropriate behavior, right? The number is up, it went from 10%, it was 12% of our total referrals this year, or this quarter, sorry.
Just to rephrase, the pie is almost doubled, but the percentage of
Yes.
infractions have stayed approximately the same.
Correct.
The tardiness throws me off a little bit, just because it's, so that must have went into other areas, is kind of what I'm thinking.
You're right, the tardiness decreasing.
Yeah.
And in looking at that, there's a variety around that. There are some schools that quite honestly have increased their tardy policies. There are some kids who unfortunately are choosing absence over tardiness. So there's a variety of reasons there.
Or maybe Ms. Purvis is getting our school buses fixed.
You're right, that could be it too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, other questions on that one?
Yeah, let me just, if you've got just a moment here.
Sure.
Want to say how much we appreciate the fact that apparently the teachers and the principals and the administrators are taking to heart what is, I think, a new consensus on the board, and that is, okay, let me move over here. Get a little closer to, as it taking into account a new consensus on the board. When I came on the board, it was, we're making progress if we have fewer referrals. But we knew that, and intuitively we knew, and I think we found out factually, that the referrals were simply not being made. There were still the infractions, but the referrals were not being made. So I believe this board, certainly myself, looks positively at the increase in referrals because we want to hold students accountable. And we don't want to say, well, it's the third time you've done it, don't worry about it, or something like that. Or a lot of times I've had teachers come to me and say, the kid was just returned to the class and nothing was done, okay? We are very, very concerned and with student discipline because we think that education comes with discipline. And I might remind everyone what was said by the sheriff in Florida just a couple of days ago. He said, sometimes we just shine on, and these weren't his words, we shine on juvenile behavior. And he said that we need to hold the kids accountable. And that is one of the things that we appear to be doing. And we appreciate the fact that this ethos is being taken back to the schools and that the schools are reacting to this ethos, and this new ethos certainly on the board, and I hope throughout the school system. So we appreciate that.
You're welcome. Then we did a specific focus on two rules. Rule 3.1, 2, and 3 is on assault, and then Rule 2.6, which is fighting and physical aggression or provocation. So last time we did this, we went over the actual Moore County Code of Conduct in detail. Just to remind you that when we operationalize these at the school, assault really involves the intent to cause or action of causing serious injury to another student or adult or school personnel. Physical aggression includes speech or actions conducted in an aggressive manner that could result in physical contact or lead to a fight. Fighting includes two or more students and includes actions such as, and probably should have put it in, but not limited to, punching, hitting, choking, slapping, shoving, scratching, spitting, or biting. So that's how we operationalize those definitions in the school. So we'll take a look at assault first, and this is the report that's broken down by school and then within each grade level span. And again, this is comparing quarter 3 from 21-22 to quarter 3 of 22-23. And I think in all of these reports, the fighting, physical aggression, and assault, you're going to see that same pattern where we do have an increase in the numbers. I would say, too, in this case for assault, 3 of our big ones are CLC, Cranes Creek, and Southern Middle. We have new principals at 2 of those locations. And I will say that since November of 2022, we've had 31 long-term suspensions. So we also have an increased population at CLC, at the Community Learning Center. And if you'll scroll down on those, Charlie, just so they can see the totals. I don't know if you have questions on those. All right, we'll go to the next one. Oh, sorry, that was my fault. 2 of us trying to drive at the same time. Nope, next, this one. So aggressive behavior. No, this is all aggressive behavior. This was a huge increase. Our most significant increase in this category is in middle schools. Again, 3 of the 5 have new principals. It has been an increasing focus for us, given that it is the #1 over and over, the aggressive behavior with physical contact. I would also note that we saw an increasing trend at the elementary school. Now, Aberdeen Elementary stands out as being, they went from 36 to 85, but I will say that Mr. Poole was making a specific and concerted focus on this behavior and reteaching and getting rid of it. We have a new principal at Southern Pines Elementary School, and so we know that she reviewed her expectations, and that may be a reason for the increase there as well. And so it's an increased trend across.
Then the higher numbers don't bother me, and the reason why I say that is because I believe that we need more action on the discipline in order to knock the discipline out. So it doesn't bother me that they went higher.
Let me rephrase,
Yeah,
let
please
me add
rephrase
some,
it.
let me add something to that. The increased deliverance of accountability and consequences coupled with an improvement in grades and reading comprehension and all that, because again, clearly you have to have discipline before you can have learning. So yes, this doesn't bother me at all when I see the expected increase in academic results.
And one other thing is that the increase in accountability makes sure that there is less classroom disruption. And the kids who want to learn can learn without those disruptions, while the other students who are doing the disruptions are being held accountable. And so I think it works all the way around. So.
And let me jump on this.
Okay.
Our faculty and staff know that discipline issues will be handled and addressed, and consequences will be delivered, whether that is a bus driver, whether it is one of our cafeteria food service workers, whether it's a teacher, and then that is a huge driver of job dissatisfaction in the educational arena. So the more we restore discipline and have an environment conducive to learning, then we're going to attract that faculty and staff that want to work in that type of environment, which is probably most of them.
All right, Charlie, if you open the last one, this is our data on fighting. And we have actually seen a decrease in high school and middle school and a slight increase in elementary school. And I believe one of the reasons for that, there has been such a focus in the middle school on getting rid of aggressive behavior, that aggressive behavior may not be leading to the actual fight now. May be seeing that in high school as well. As to elementary school, I don't know if it's gone the other way where the aggressive behavior is actually leading to the fight, but again, the numbers are really low. So it's for example, Cameron Elementary School had no fights last year in the third quarter, had one this year. All right, Charlie, we good?
We also had a new principal there too. So
Yes.
That could be a reason.
That's true. No worries. All right, so I just wanted to review the actions that we had been taking. So those are ongoing. We continue monthly discussions with the principals and the assistant principals in reestablishing and maintaining those consequences. All threats of mass violence, as we said, are automatically referred to DJJ. We're offering more opportunities at the Community Learning Center, and the biggest uptick, honestly, for long-term suspensions has been our sixth graders. And then we're formalizing that referral process. We've done that and trained those bus drivers. Additional actions is last time we talked about adding bus monitors, and we have gone ahead and added bus monitors on selected routes, and that seems to be having a positive impact. And then based on the recommendations from our discipline committee, we're formed a team to develop a possible elementary matrix for the district. So they're going to meet and talk about that consistent matrix, and then we'll bring that back to the discipline committee on the 28th of April. That's what I've got for discipline.
Okay, questions, comments from the board? Okay, we thank you very, very much, and fully, very comprehensive, and once again, thank you to staff and to our teachers. Remember to tell the teachers we have their backs, and we want to make sure that their classrooms are orderly, and we'll support good, solid discipline in the classrooms. So we appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
MCS police expansion. Dr. Lockwood.
Yes, sir. We've got the same team that'll stay in front of you to brief the board on what has been done. I mentioned it this morning. We were talking about police salary adjustment potentially being in the budget, and the support of our county commissioners to expand our police force. And so I want to give some update on that work. The work is still to be done with that, but also give an updated briefing on where we are with training and where we're headed with training, some of the future opportunities that we have for that as well. So, Dr. Metcalf?
And we'll hand it right over to Tracy. Appreciate it. There has been work that has been done, but there's plenty of work to continue to do. And so I wanted to share where we're at. So, Tracy.
All right. So our Moore County Schools police force had 14 original positions. That include 1 chief of police, 11 officers right now assigned to schools. We have 2 unfilled positions when we began. Among the assigned SROs, of course, we have Chief Hardy, but we have Captain Gooch. We have 1 lieutenant and 1 sergeant. They are also, though, assigned to schools as an SRO. Our current officer assignments, we have 2 officers at Pinecrest, 2 at Union Pines, 1 at Northmore, and 1 at CLC in our high schools. For our middle schools, we have 1 officer covering Cranes Creek Middle, 1 at New Century, 1 at Southern Middle, 1 at West Pine, and then we have 1 officer who covers High Falls, Westmore, and Elise. And that is because High Falls and Westmore are K-8s, so they do have a middle school. These officers are also assigned to cover specific elementary schools, and they support the high schools when needed. The county commissioners supported the addition of 13 officers for a total of 27. And when we are fully staffed, we will be able to place 1 officer at every school in the district, 2 at Union Pines, and 3 at Pinecrest. Wanted to review with you the hiring process. So our candidates are reviewed by the chief, and those meeting the criteria are interviewed, and a background check is submitted to the North Carolina Criminal Justice Education and Training Standards Commission. I have to read that one every time because it's just long. Those selected candidates are submitted for a psychological evaluation unless they have a previous evaluation and no flags on their record. They get a physical and drug screening. This is the same physical that's required by local law enforcement. We then would make the job offer. Candidates after that are submitted for review through the Criminal Justice Education and Training Standards Commission. That process can take anywhere from 10 days to 2 months, just depending on how quickly they work through it. On approval by that organization, then Chief Hardy can swear in the new officer and they can begin serving in a school. Requirements to be a North Carolina school resource officer: you have to have your general law enforcement certification that is issued by North Carolina Criminal Justice Education and Training Standards. 1 year of general law enforcement experience. This is the probationary year, and it has to be done in North Carolina. School resource officer certification must be obtained within 12 months of your hire. And then you have to meet your annual training requirements to maintain your general law certification as well as your school resource officer certification. And then you have to do annual qualifications on any weapons that you've been issued to use.
And we can also hire, as I understand it, probationary officers, so long as they are not doing, quote, SRO work.
Correct. So what I've got for you here is the actual statute, and it defines an SRO as any law enforcement officer assigned to work in a local school administrative unit for at least 20 hours a week or more than 12 weeks to assist with school safety, school security, emergency preparedness, emergency response, and any additional responsibilities related to school safety or security assigned by the officer's employer while the officer is acting as a school resource officer. These duties would include in-person monitoring of school site, patrolling school grounds, for example, parking lots, athletic fields, interacting with students, and other duties which take place inside of a school. Any officer who serves as an SRO must have been issued a general certification by the North Carolina Criminal Justice Education and Training Standards Commission as a law enforcement officer and have received training in the Basic School Resource Officer Training Course. We had questions about this, right? So we met with Mr. Schwartz on to talk about the actual hiring of probationary officers, and what he told us is that an officer is not allowed to work as an SRO under the law until they've received general certification and completed the SRO training. That prevents any probationary officers from working as an SRO in Moore County schools because probationary officer has not received their general certification. The job duties of the SRO are specific, and if we as a district tailored the job duties for probationary officers, under the regulation, they could work for Moore County Schools Police Force, but not as a school resource officer or an officer in our schools. And so based on that, that legal recommendation, we're not comfortable in the idea of hiring officers who can't actually serve in our schools as an SRO.
Now I understand.
So it's an amazing thing to have the availability, you know, the 27 officers and the fact that we could actually equip every school in our district with a police officer on campus. But that means we have to recruit them. So our initial recruitment plan included positions posted on the Moore County website. We also do that on the North Carolina Justice Academy website. We have added a banner onto our website. That's that part that scrolls through that has the direct link for application. We've advertised locally, newspaper, radio, digital media outlets. We do when we have the job fairs, like the recent one, and I think the most recent one we did was December. So we do participate in that job fair. And then just sort of the direct approach in collaboration with local agencies. There is that that relationship. Of course, we're not going to try to recruit officers from their ranks. They're not going to try to recruit officers from ours. However, if one seeks out the other, then we can go with it.
Wait, who said we wouldn't try to recruit from others? I'm sorry, I missed the introductory phrase to that. Of course, we're going to recruit from other departments.
So it is, between that relationship between local law enforcement and the Moore County Schools Police has been that we do not actively recruit their officers. Now, if their officers come to us, then certainly we will hire them.
Let me
Yeah,
ask-
has been the policy, I guess.
just as an aside, can we hire out-of-state police officers?
Well, that's part of the problem, is that they are considered probationary in the state of North Carolina for the first year. So
All right, so-
we've actually had some who have applied for that, and we've,
So Portland, Chicago, they don't qualify.
Military, yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So we are in the process of doing a one-pager that compares Moore County Schools Police Force with other local agencies, just in terms of benefits and those kinds of things. We have increased our local, or planning to increase our local advertising, and we are looking at using LinkedIn and Indeed as other outlets. Just so you know our status, in August of, and that should say 2022, sorry, 14 positions, 2 were unfilled. In November, we gained the 13 additional positions by the support of the county commissioners. Then in December of, again, 2022, 1 additional officer position opened due to the retirement of one of our SROs, so that left us with 3 unfilled positions of the original 14. We have a total of 9 potential candidates so far. 3 officers declined the job offer based on salary. 1 officer took another position elsewhere during that background process check. We had 2 experienced officers from out of state who applied, but they don't qualify due to the probationary status. 1 candidate attended the job fair but didn't meet the qualifications. We had 2 that we have hired. 1 was placed in a school in March, and the other is currently onboarding and will be placed hopefully within the next week. Wanted to go through with you the current training that our SROs have. So basic law enforcement, this is all of our officers prior to hiring them. They are certified, as we said, through the Criminal Justice Training and Standards, and then also through School Resource. Those they have to maintain. Annual in-service training requirements are set forth by that North Carolina Commission, and they have to do those annually. Firearms, daytime and night range qualifications are required annually, as is the school active shooter simulation training at the Samarkand Training Center. We also do annual rapid deployment training. We have added and done Narcan training, Stop the Bleed training. We also have de-escalation training planned for all of our officers for this summer. And then there is a simulator training. It's an active shooter at Sandhills Community College. This is really the same or very similar to the Samarkand training. We're not opposed, though, to doing it as many times as we need to. Samarkand has actual uploads of our building schematics, where Sandhills doesn't, and so we're waiting for Sandhills to have those schematics so that we can do the active shooter drill, but plan to do both.
Has anyone talked to Sandhills to find out why the state would have our schematics and Sandhills, which is partially supported by tax funds, by local tax funds, doesn't?
In terms of, well, the schematics are not specific blueprints. They're basic schematics, so they're not quite specific, but they are basic schematics. And I'm sorry.
Let me clarify what Mr. Levy's asking, if I could, Bob. So at Samarkand, they use our buildings for the simulation. When you go in the simulation, you're going through Pinecrest or whatever.
Correct.
Mr. Levy's saying, why don't they have the same scenarios in Sandhills as they do at Samarkand? So when our officers go to Sandhills, they're training in the same scenarios as Samarkand, which are our facilities. That, I believe that was your question.
And whether there can be some software, I mean, this is all software. So I assume Samarkand, which is a state institution, okay, can give to Sandhills its software for that. Hopefully it's compatible with their system. I have no idea, but it just seems to me to be.
My understanding is they're in the process of that. I can't answer the specifics of where they are in the process or why they haven't completed the process. Captain?
I don't think they've been up and running that long anyway, so. that's what I was told anyway, so. Because one of our part-timers, SRO, also run that program out there, so that's what he told us.
All right, we do have some specialized training on our current SRO staff. We have 2 certified trainers for rapid deployment and 2 certified, about to be 3 certified trainers for firearms. That's really valuable for our district due to their in-depth knowledge, specifically of rapid deployment, because that's the big thing for our SROs is rapid deployment to the situation. And firearms, they can provide that in-house training to all of our officers throughout the year. We also have 1 graduate of the FBI National Academy. We have a certified officer for radar and radar junior training. That's forensic interviewing, child death investigations, a variety of things. We have 2 certified officers in advanced SRO training, and Chief Hardy is certified in advanced crisis training. Those specialized trainings are great. We're very happy that our officers are trained in those ways. We do have some ideas, though, for potential training opportunities. So we feel that these are the opportunities that we need to focus on. And the reason that we were very interested in the information on Northern Red, which Mr. Benway brought us, and we had a great meeting with that company, and their training options, which include the individual officer response course and marksmanship, sorry about that. Very interested because it really mirrors the mission and the purpose of our SROs. Our school resource officers in an active shooter situation, our schools have 1 assigned officer, and that officer is going to go immediately to where the shots are fired. And they're likely to be on their own when they do that. And so this solo response to an active shooter training with the addition of the marksmanship makes that response that much more effective. And so that with the advanced SRO certification, where officers, that also includes the solo response to an active shooter situation, we really feel like that's the place that we want to focus our energies. And I'm going to let Captain Gooch just speak a little bit to that.
Thank you. Excuse my voice, I got a little cold, but I'm making it. That's why I love rapid deployment. It teaches us how to do that solo patrol thing. Now, I've been a police officer over 30-something years, and I do know that going in solo patrol, because we have to, we don't have a response team. And I do know that we're gonna have to risk our life, even if there's multiple shooters. Also, I know that we may have to take a life. So we are trained to actually go in and take care of business by ourselves because we may not have no help. And we hope to get some, but we don't expect to have any very soon. So hopefully by the time our backup get there, hopefully the problem be taken care of already anyway. But my whole 30-something years, we've been trained to go to the actual threat and take down the threat, whether we got help or not. I think Pinehurst Elementary is in a very good situation because their police department is less than a mile down the road, and every school don't have that opportunity. But even though there is a active shooter during that particular time, Pinehurst will not send their SWAT team because they ain't all working at the same time. You might have 1 or 2 working at one time, so you can never really depend on a SWAT team. SROs are in a very unique situation because we all working at the same time, but we so spread out, we really can't count on them either. Our closest backup is going to be a local agency. And by the time they get there, I'm sure, hopefully, that the threat has been taken care of already. So we can never really depend on anybody else. That's why we all train to take care of business ourselves. And now, like we said earlier, we know our life's going to be in danger too. We know we get to go into that fire and save lives. And we also expect to take lives too, but I love the solo patrol thing, and I love, and that's why the rapid response thing, the rapid deployment training is so very important, A long time ago, I was part of a SWAT team, and we were never together. The SWAT team was only really good for planned events. There's a threat somewhere, or you're going to raid this particular house, so you can get everybody together. But if we call out a SWAT team like today, sometimes when we call out a SWAT team, first of all, they got to be called in, so you got to have at least 4. They got to get their gear. They got to get quickly briefed and get to the scene. That's entirely too long. But that one, and nobody knows the school like an SRO. We know that school inside and out at our particular school. So if I leave my particular school and go to another school, I may be a little lost because I ain't familiar with that school like I should be. So local agencies that will come in the school anyway, very seldom if they do, they don't know that school. But and I know that's what our radios are for, to call that stuff in, tell them exactly where we at and how to come in and stuff like that. But you kind of putting yourself in danger too if you're on that radio and you working your way to the fire. And I think everybody's in a dangerous situation. So I guess my point is, we know our school very well, and I can walk in West Pine Middle School and all my elementary school with my eyes closed and go to any location in that school. Local agency coming in as a tour sometimes, but you never know that school unless you're in that school every day. So, like I say, you can use your radio to tell folks where you're at, but that don't mean they're gonna find you. And they may be walking into a dangerous situation, especially if they're not walking into the gunfire because they don't hear it because the fire is stopped at that particular time. It's the same way with us. We don't hear the fire. We can go to the scream anyway. But if those folks are taken out before the local agency get there, they don't know where to go. And they're going to also have a problem getting into school. I know we have a key box for local agencies to come in and work their way to the school however they need to, but that's time consuming too. You got to punch that code in to get that key. So unless you just break a window and get in that way. So, thank you.
One other thing I wanted to mention about the Northern Red Company, which about the Northern Red Company, which just impressed me, was at the Nashville shooting, the local officers who responded to that so effectively were trained by Northern Red. At the Uvalde shooting, the person who eventually took down that shooter was trained by Northern Red. And in Michigan, during the school shooting there, the officers who responded to that shooting were actually in the middle of training with Northern Red when they were called out. And so, to me, there is a sense of success. They know what they're doing, and it is effective in taking out an active school shooter. And so that's where we'd like to focus that training. We're also going to use the regional Center for Safer Schools is setting up a regional SRO training site in Montgomery County. It's not opened yet, but we'll schedule to go there as well.
Tracy, Northern Red is in our community, correct?
So Northern Red, they live in Moore County, and their kids go to Moore County schools. And their sole purpose is to train our officers so that they are fully effective in dealing with the threat of an active shooter. They have also offered to train the local law enforcement officers in the area on the same thing, understanding that if our officer is taken out or if local law enforcement shows up, that they have this same solo response training. And that is what happened in Nashville. One or two of those officers did arrive first, and they went immediately to the danger. And that probably mitigated some of the loss of life. So we were just very comfortable that the mission and purpose of what they train really focuses on it. Now, I would say that we'll take as much training as we can get. We want our officers to be as fully trained and as fully capable as possible. But this seems to be the best focused, just given what the job is for the SRO. That was my update. I don't know if you have questions or...
Let me just say one thing. What we heard from the officer was exactly the type of mindset that we're just glad to have on our SRO team. If that's the way everyone is trained, then I, for one, speaking for myself, and I think speaking for the board, are very, very happy and proud. Because there are two things that you guys brought up. Number one, you will go to the shooter even if it's alone, and you're ready to risk your life for it. But number two, which was also stated here, is that we're also looking, when we're not in a life or death situation, with de-escalation training, which is something that I've asked about for, I believe, 2 years, and we're getting it. And I think that's so important for our SROs, that combination of ready to go to the danger, okay, yet having presence of mind enough to know when there's not a shooter, when there's just our average problems, that we're looking at de-escalating the tensions. Those are the two things that we're looking for in professional SROs, and I think we have it here. Yeah, anything else from everyone else? Yes, Dave?
I have a couple questions, and then I want to talk about the initiative to increase the SRO pay, which is tied back to the budget. My first couple questions, Captain, is it Gooch or?
Yes, sir.
Gooch is her full name, that's not just a nickname?
No.
Okay, I just wasn't sure, because I heard, Ms. Metcalf called you Captain, I just want to make sure. So Captain Gooch, have you been issued an IFAC, individual first aid kit, trauma medical kit?
I have a first aid kit, yes.
And it has tourniquet and quick clot in it and whatnot?
Mine in particular do not have a tourniquet, no.
Okay.
Even though I have to have the training.
Right, so, when we went in front of the county commissioners 6 months or so ago, we talked about an expanded list of equipment for our new officers, and it included patrol rifles, shield, I'm doing this from memory, but it was an IFAC kit, shield, a patrol carbine, and some other stuff. Have we gotten that for our existing officers? Do you know? Or do you know, Captain Gooch? I'm sorry.
I don't know the answer to that. Do we have to get, I know we've ordered some equipment, but I don't
Yes,
know what.
Some of that stuff is on order. I do know that, so I don't know exactly what.
Okay.
Like the shield and the iPack and all that stuff is on order.
Okay,
And
'cause
the-
I
and
just
the
want to
tourniquet.
make sure, because if we're gonna get it for our new, if it was important enough to get for our new officers, we need to get it for our existing officers. And again, it doesn't do much good to attend the, stop the bleed training, if you don't have a tourniquet, if you don't have something to stop the bleeding with, whether it's a tourniquet or quick clot, compression gauze, or hopefully all of the above. And that brings me back to another point is, Captain Gooch said, and sir, you're very much correct, as any officer, you very well could, you could lose your life, you could take another person's life, but equally and more likely than all of those is save someone else's life or a multitude of lives dealing with the aftermath of some sort of horrific shooting. And that is why I keep insisting on the trauma medical part, because it would be horrible to be standing there while people are bleeding out and dying, and, you or whoever's there does not have the tools to save their lives. I could not imagine being the person who would be there and not being able to save their lives. So let's go back, let's go get up a little higher. I'm not a fan, as for reasons I've stated, of Moore County Schools being one of only 2 school districts out of 117 school districts. Us and Charlotte are the only school districts that have our own SRO department. The rest are all, well, they should be a specialized division of the sheriff's department, but, they do it however they do it. But here we are with our own SRO department. So as I've long said, as long as we're going to have our own SROs, we're going to have the best trained, best equipped, and most professional SROs in the state. And I'm glad through this training that, we're doing it. I mean, we went from a little over a year ago discovering that our SROs had no active shooter training in 5 years to getting that done last summer, getting them, stop the bleed course, and now we're taking it to the next level by getting them JSOC level, no kidding, stop the shooter training, right? So that's a great step. The problem with having your own department and the legislation that was passed in 2010, the problems keep manifesting themselves. And a problem that's come up now is we have no way to grow our own officers. you know, the department's not big enough, so we can't have probationary officers because we can't let them in our schools. So we can't train, functionally, we cannot train our own officers. If we wanted to hire 13 rookie officers, we would literally have them in here addressing envelopes to do mailings to parents for a year until we could have them perform SROs. And we cannot import law enforcement officers from out of state. And apparently, we've had this gentleman's agreement that we're not going to recruit from other departments around us. So how exactly are we expected to get SROs? The legislation really made it impossible, or made it very, very difficult, because again, we can't use probationary officers. And if the SROs were a special division of a larger department, you know, like the sheriff's department, they can use probationary officers everywhere, right? And then move them over to SROs. So once again, what I call this harebrained legislation is giving us with a dilemma of how do we recruit officers? We can't do rookies. We can't bring officers out of state, blah, blah, blah. So then I hear, well, gosh, you know, we got to have pay parity. By the way, I thought we were going to throw that up there, but I'll throw this up here.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Hensley did some research on this, so
Yeah.
I didn't realize you
Yeah.
wanted me.
No, that's okay. I'll just talk to it. You know, I keep hearing that we want pay parity with the Moore County sheriffs. Okay, so I got to thinking, well, gosh, there's other departments in Moore County other than the sheriff's department. Let's look at what they make. So I just took their starting pay. Taylortown starts at $35,000 a year, going up to Moore County Sheriff, $45,000 a year. So there's about a 20% disparity in starting pay. Moore County Schools is almost right in the middle. We are 10% below the leading, which is Moore County, and we're 10% above the trailing, which is Taylortown. So we're almost in the middle of all the, looks like 11 or 12 departments. So then one thinks, gosh, okay, so we get pay parity with the highest paid department in the county. Okay, so where are officers going to come from? If we can't bring in rookies and we can't bring officers out of state and we can't steal from our nearby departments, where are officers going to come from? And then I got to thinking, and here's my proposal. Best trained, best equipped, and most professional SROs in the state. The SROs, the history of school shootings was a horrible school shooting in Stockton, California in the mid-90s, where a crazed middle-aged man walked around a schoolhouse. It was horrible. And then, you know, it went into Colorado, and it just, you know, now it's some weird thing that everybody's doing it. But anyway, the reason why SROs were started nationwide was to protect our faculty, staff, and students from some sort of horrific shooting. That's their primary purpose, and we have to stay focused on that. So here's what I came up with, and this is my proposal. I propose that we make our officers, well, let me say this. We make a requirement that all new officers entering, well, let me say this. Let me back up one thing. Services historically miss their recruiting goals. I've got the message here loud and clear. Gosh, we haven't been able to recruit people. Well, you don't do the same thing over and over again. If you look at the military services, every service, generally every services misses the recruiting goal except for the Marine Corps. How does the Marine Corps make the recruiting goals and all the other services don't? They make their standards tougher. And by making their standards tougher, they've got more people who want to join. So that's what I suggest. That's how we do it with our SROs. We make it a requirement, and stand by Captain Gooch, everyone's grandfathered, right? We make it a requirement that all incoming SROs, since they already have to have a year's experience, right, at least a year's experience, we make it required that they are SRT qualified, SWAT/SRT qualified, that they train with a neighboring SWAT department, an adjacent SWAT department, whether it's the county SWAT or SRTs or Pinehurst or Southern Pines. They actively train with a neighboring SRT team, and they've attended the Combat Lifesaver course, which is the Combat Lifesaver course. It's a trauma medical course that's geared, it's given towards an average soldier that's a member of a platoon, and that person is trained to do or trauma medical, but to a squad, to deliver trauma medical to 10 or 12 people at a time until a corpsman or the EMS shows up. So we make that a requirement for all incoming SROs. They're SRT qualified, they train with a neighboring SRT team, and they've attended the Combat Lifesaver course. And by the way, we give them a Combat Lifesaver bag in each school. We make that a requirement for all new joinees. We make it available to the existing members of the team. If they want to do this, they're more than welcome to. We'll grandfather the ones that don't, right? In exchange, they get 20 to 25% proficiency pay, which would mean we're paying 15%, 10 to 15% more than the sheriff's department, but by God, we're getting SRT trained officers who practice with an SR team, monthly, twice a month, whatever, and their Combat Lifesaver course. Now that's a pay parity that I will support. It'll solve our recruiting problems. We'll recruit the type of officers that are there for their primary mission, and that is to stop an active shooter and deal with the aftermath. So discuss that. That's my proposal. Yes, basically, all new members have to be SWAT, SRT qualified, Combat Lifesaver qualified, sworn law enforcement, and we'll give them 20 to 25% proficiency pay, and they'll be the highest paid officers in the county. And they'll be the best trained officers in the county, too.
Do they have to do that before we hire them or after?
Well, there's some details to work out. The fact that we must hire officers with at least a year's experience, that gives them plenty of time to become SRT trained. I would say that if we did this and we did it so our pay was 10 or 15% across the entire spectrum, we would probably just recruit most of the SRT guys from the existing agencies, and we would rapidly fill our vacancies in our schools.
Further discussion?
Couldn't you still kind of have that without making it a requirement, though? Like if they were SRT qualified, they'd get a certain higher percentage rate? It's kind of like a master's program.
Yeah, sure. Look, this is just a proposal. You can make it an option. Sure, if you didn't want to make it mandatory, you could say, okay, you get 25% proficiency pay. I was shocked to find that neighboring departments around here don't pay anything extra for men and women who are on the SRT teams. They do all that training and all those extra skills, and they don't get a dime more. They don't even get jump pay, or some sort of proficiency pay.
Why don't we give them jump pay? We'll set them up in a C-130. Further discussion?
Sounds feasible, we just need to flesh it out a bit.
Well, this needs to be, except we're going in front of the county commissioners next week to talk about raises for SROs,
You're not talking about 74, you're talking about,
I'm sorry?
what year are you talking about starting this?
I'm talking about starting this like next month. This is not a long-term project. This is sitting down, coming up with the policy, writing the policy, implementing it, and then that's what we're gonna recruit. Come join us and you'll make X amount with the right skills.
I would suggest that you work with Dr. Locklear, and if that's possible to put in the budget, then do it. If not, I don't know, maybe it can be an addendum to the budget, because they promised us the money not up front. Am I correct, Dr. Locklear? They promised us the money when we recruit, or when we get them. Am I wrong?
It's going to be a reimbursement process as we add positions, as we have recurring costs, whether it be training costs or be equipment costs. It was committed to as a process that would be worked out with Mr. Vest and kind of a reimbursement process as we bring those costs on. Yes, sir.
Well, I can tell you how much it's gonna cost. So if you look up there, it costs $1 million basically. Wait, what was the
So
cost?
it's about 110,000
To give our SROs a 10% raise.
to bring up to Sheriff's Department. That's
Right,
correct.
so my program would cost at the most $250,000, so it would cost for $150,000 more. We're gonna get SRT trained, actively training with SRT team and combat lifesaver train for $150,000 more per year. And we're gonna go from here to here as far as ready. You just heard Captain Gooch just proudly talked about how you were a SWAT officer, you know, in your past, you know, right, in your law enforcement past, right, yeah, and I'm not suggesting that, you know, if you want to go do that more, it'll be available to you, but you proudly talked about how you were a SWAT officer, and that's what I'm saying is we're gonna end up with all Captain Gooches coming up through the ranks.
I think at this point, it might be too hard to make it a requirement right now since we are going to the county commissioners. But to make it as an incentive, I think would be a great thing to do, and then work our way to what we need to do, but that's just my point of view.
I've already discussed the idea of a 20 to 25% proficiency pay with a couple of the county commissioners, and they understand the idea of proficiency pay, and they were generally in supportive of having officers trained to that level.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Leader.
I would say, because anything you do has to be worked up, ready for the county commissioners, which puts you under the gun. But if you're talking about $250,000, that can come within our fund balance. So that, not wanting to use the fund balance very much, but I think we can probably find it if we need it later on, just to give us some time. I don't know, just a thought.
Well, look, we've been unable to, I'm sorry, Dr. Locklear.
I was gonna say, yeah, from a revenue standpoint, I think as much as we can take a critical look at those Fund 8 restricted fund balances that have accrued over time, that we might use those on a temporary basis to move this forward, I would agree. From a policy or practice or regulation standpoint, whatever we want to call this, that would be part of our school resource board policy. You know, I think it might be worth consideration to look at maybe a tiered approach. I just throw this out there for your thought too, Mr. Hensley, just as we're having this conversation. But when we're hearing today about that single response training, that you might have a tiered response, a tiered level of proficiency pay for that. You know, they have that certification from Northern Red or from the advanced SRO training certification. You might get some additional proficiency pay for that, and then an additional layer of proficiency pay for SRT training. Might be something to think about as we're advancing and raising our standard. I think that single response is a great standard for our folks to reach. And I'm certainly not arguing that with the SRT either. I just think that single response is something I'd really like to push our officers to get trained on, and we got an incredible resource right here. Yeah.
I don't think you're gonna see anyone in this board to oppose training. I mean, we were shocked when we learned that we weren't training our SROs. Any degree, look, I will be supportive of any reasonable and some degree of unreasonable professional development of our SROs. We're in the training business, so that you will get no pushback on that. It's just what do you do proficiency pay for? And again, we've been trying to, all I've heard for a year is, gosh, we can't recruit SROs. Okay, well, let's stop trying to do it that way and let's do it this way. And my proposed way of doing it is we raise the standards. We raise the standards for new people joining the team. We make it the tough team, and we pay for that, and we get SRT trained people, and that becomes the mindset. And then all of a sudden, you'll have a whole department full of that. By the way, I feel that way with administrators and teachers too. We restore discipline in our schools, and we jettison all the nonsense and CRT, and we focus on the basic education and supporting our teachers. We're gonna have teachers flocking into here because that's what teachers want to discipline restored in the classrooms and this and that. Same thing with our SROs. Let's get the best trained, best equipped, and most professional SROs. That's what we promise them. That's what we insist on their training, and that's what we pay them for, and they'll flock here.
Well, let me make the following suggestion. Once again, try to flush it out with Dr. Locklear. I think what Dr. Locklear is saying is without a raise in the budget, without a raise in the county commissioner's contribution to the budget, we could still accomplish this.
Right, well, so for existing officers, the increase in salary is beyond inflation, is zero unless they reach this degree of proficiency pay, and maybe there's a second level, I don't know. So we don't need any money from the county commissioners until we implement this program. We don't need any money for SRO raises for county commissioners. I'm sorry to dash your hopes, Captain Goose, I'm sorry, but until we implement this program. And then we only need it to the extent that existing officers either are SWAT qualified and then, maybe dust off their credentials a bit, or we start onboarding new ones at the new rate. But that's my point, is we kind of don't need to ask the county commissioners for anything at this point in the budget cycle.
Further discussion? Okay. Hearing nothing further,
Can I ask just for clarity on the board's direction? I want to make sure I've got clarity from the board, a consensus from the board, that you'd like me to work with my team to develop a potential regulation that would be added potentially to our policy around proficiency pay and how we might pay additional funds to our current salary schedule. You might say 7.5% for this, 7.5% for this, or 10%. Because you hear me pushing for this single response training. I think that's an important training and certification for officers to have in addition to the SRT. Because just from what I'm hearing from the experts, not from my own expertise.
Again, let me just respond to this real quick. Again, I don't think you're going to get an objection from anyone on this board spending any degree of money, resources to train our SROs or do professional development for anyone. But that being said, we've had an SRO department since 2010. 13 years later, all their specialized credentials fit on one slide. I mean, we've got a lot of catching up to get to the baseline of what we should have had 5 years ago. So I support the training, and I'm happy for the people to get it and get it on their resume. I just don't know why we would pay extra for training that, quite frankly, they should have got a decade ago and been maintaining for the last 10 years. I just don't want 13 different levels of propane.
I'm not going to suggest that at all. No, sir.
Mr.
But I just want to make sure I've got a good, clear direction from the board. That's all. Yep.
It seems to me we're talking to two efforts. The first effort being a stopgap effort to get recruiting flowing. The second effort has to be in integrating all of this: doctrine, organization, training, material, leadership, personnel, and facilities. We got to have those considerations in place before you can even anticipate integrating this as an institutional function. So I'm saying maybe you're risking a lot, I think, by having the commissioners push back on you without a complete plan.
Oh, the
without
commissioners are not going to
a fleshed out plan.
Charlie, could we go, whoever's controlling, can we go back a couple slides? So, keep going, please. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, wait.
Are you raising your hand?
Wait, hold on.
No, I'm doing my little clicker
Oh,
thing.
okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't see the clicker in your hand.
I was trying to get to where Mr. Hensley wanted me to go.
You want to say something?
So if we go to this slide right there, right in the middle, collaboration with local agencies and retiring officers. So we've had this gentleman's agreement for a long time where we're not gonna try to recruit the best officers from the department. We're gonna wait until they approach us. Okay. So here's another dirty little secret about Moore County Schools Police. Moore County Schools Police if you retire, and I may have this somewhat incorrect, I'm doing it from memory, so I'm not saying I'm 100% correct, but if you retire from one of, like, the sheriff's department or the other police departments around here, there are very few places where you can go and get a second job where it won't affect your retirement pay. Moore County Schools is one of those. My concern, to put it frankly, is if we just say, okay, we're gonna give pay parity with the Moore County Sheriff's Department. First of all, you're giving pay parity with the highest paid department in the county. Right now, we're 5 out of 11, so we're in the top, 30% of pay. So I'm afraid that if we could just go, to your two-prong approach, Ken, is, okay, let's go ahead and give a 10% pay raise. All the positions are gonna be filled with, like, retired officers and stuff. And then we go, okay, men, women, let's go do our SWAT training, and you're gonna get a lot of ibuprofen, won't overcome the amount of joint pain and stuff. So I don't know what giving an interim raise is gonna do, other than filling the positions with, right there, retired officers, because we can't train rookies, we can't bring people from out of state, we got a gentleman's agreement, we're not gonna, just right there, in writing, retiring officers, that's what you're gonna get.
If that's all your only criteria, then you're okay. But if you haven't thought through the real requirements day to day and in the crisis environment, then I think you're missing out on it.
Sure,
You need to define it better, I think. Just being retired from the police department doesn't necessarily put you in the ballpark.
Right, but that's what, if we just moved ahead with let's give everyone a 10% raise, and then here's our plan, that's what we're gonna end up with, that's my fear.
I do want to call people's attention as a point of information, that the raise is in the proposed budget, okay? We're going to get the proposed budget on Monday, all right? To the extent you want or don't want the raise, that budget as proposed will need to be amended. I personally, I'm kind of in favor of the pay raise myself. I differ with Mr. Hensley. That doesn't matter. I don't know where the board is at. I just want everybody to know where we're going, because we're going to be presenting the budget in, is it April 18th?
It's the very next day, yes, sir.
The very next day. So the budget will have to be done, and as it was presented here, it comes complete with a pay raise preparing. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want everybody to know that that's the place where we're standing right now. Okay? So, all right, further discussion? Okay, one other thing is, just as an aside, I don't like giving lots of credit to Nashville when the single interventionist was originated here in Carthage, okay? It seems to me that Nashville gets a lot of credit for going to the sound of the gunfire. And originally, that was what was done by a very, very brave officer of the Carthage Police. And that's what proved that was effective. So just thought I would give a shout out to the Carthage Police Department and to our brave officers. Okay.
Can I toss one more thing in?
Yes.
Let me touch, thank you. Let me touch on a raw nerve. Before long, like it or not, you're gonna have to address the issue of teachers armed, specified, trained, designated teachers who are armed day to day, and can begin to reduce that crisis moment in the 2 minutes or 3 minutes it takes the SRO to make it across campus.
That's a different one.
I'm just throwing that out there. It's gotta be, we need to make a deliberate and knowing decision on that.
Yeah,
That's my position.
You and I need to have a long discussion on that. 'Cause I have
Federal law
lots of
has,
misgivings.
federal law,
Do that.
federal.
Texas has got a great track record on that, but, okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was remain with an open mind, but, and as you say, Texas has a good track record.
So how did Texas get around the federal law that Clinton put into place of the gun-free zone? How, It's a federal law prohibits guns even among faculty and staff.
State law permitted it. They're doing it daily. Their state police are part of the program to teach teachers and put them through the paces, make sure they're qualified to do it. And there are several teachers at each school who are concealed carry. There's no open
Yeah,
carry.
I'm just surprised to learn that's not contrary to the federal gun-free school zone law.
Okay, but let's, at any rate, that's for another time. We need
Yeah.
to move along.
But it's just something to keep in mind.
Shannon, you have a
Thank you, guys.
appears to be, yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You have something.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, guys.
Which is our uniform post.
Presentation.
All right, yeah, this is, thank you. Something that, I just wanted to present to you all. Are you giving me the controls? Yeah. Just hit this to go over? Okay. Probably about a year ago, I found out that many of the school districts across our state actually are already in uniforms. One of which is Richmond County, which is a neighboring, county that we have. So I just wanted to go over a little bit of statistics that I found in my own research. Obviously, I would be for, uniforms for our children across the schools, or else I wouldn't be presenting this. But in the first year of implementation, Long Beach, California School District reported fights and muggings at schools decreased by 50%, while sexual offenses were reduced by 74%. That obviously goes along with school safety and something that we were just talking about. At Ruffner Middle School in Norfolk, Virginia, discipline referrals decreased by 42% once uniforms were enforced. In 2017 and 18 school year, 20% of public schools required that students wear uniforms. So it's, I don't want to say it's trending, but it's not just a few people that are doing it. In 2017 and 18 school year, 20% of public schools nationwide required school uniforms. I think that's a little bit redundant there. I had it in two spots, I'm sorry. It is reported that 70% of principals at uniform-wearing schools saw a significant decrease in discipline issues and while grade performances rose, which would go back to education. So a couple things that it does, it creates cohesion. Expectations are removed and a sense of equality is available. Children from all socio and economic backgrounds are on a level playing field, and it creates a standard that we are all the same and worthy of mutual respect. Bullying is reduced. The opportunity to pick on others for their appearance is greatly reduced. Again, those with low economic status are now on a level playing field, and it creates true equality. Improved study is there's reduced distractions of who has the most trendy or the most tattered apparel, providing a more focused study classroom time. It instills a sense of pride in oneself which automatically boosts one's confidence. I know that I'm more confident when I'm here at these meetings and dressed up than when I'm working from home and might not be as disciplined in my appearance. So it increases safety. Individuals not attending schools are easily identified. If we're going on, like we approved our school trip to Chicago earlier, if all of our children, had uniforms, it'd be easy to identify who's part of the group and who's not part of the group. Furthermore, students are easily identified when off-campus trips. Gang colors are non-existent. Bullying is minimized. Dress code equality. It virtually eliminates dress code violations and the inconsistencies of enforcing them. I know that I've had several parents reach out to me over the past few months with, pictures of our young ladies who are not necessarily dressed appropriately for school, and more so the young ladies than the young men. But teachers have more time to focus on teaching as they are no longer having to monitor this as closely. It prepares for future employment. Just a second ago, I was looking at Gary sitting back there. Sorry, Gary, to point you out, but he's got his uniform on. Like when he goes to schools, everybody knows, like he's the maintenance man. They know exactly who he is, what he's there for. It's Gary. So it does. there are a lot of jobs out there, you do have to wear a uniform, and it might not be what you want to put on every day, but it's part of the responsibility, part of the requirement, so it helps you, in the future. So the business world, along with many blue-collar jobs, require either a uniform or a strict dress code. It's convenient for students and parents. It's actually, time dedicated to what you're wearing in the morning. You don't have to worry about that anymore. The parents that I did speak to, from Richmond County particularly, every parent that I spoke to was for it. Nobody came or nobody presented it to me as something negative, something that they did not appreciate being in place, which kind of surprised me. It puts the focus on your character, and it assists children in defining who they are, not based on material things, but on one's own character. And it provides economic savings for parents. It greatly reduces them coming home and saying that John or Jane Doe has these $300 shoes and I want them too, or whatever item it is. Creates a sense of appreciation for personal, expressive clothing, and may encourage children to take better care of the clothes that their parents purchase. So what they're wearing on the weekend, they might appreciate it more if they don't get to wear it every single day. There are also grants and vouchers available for low-income families, so that helps to alleviate some of the cost that does go into buying them for those people. So suggestions that I would have is to allow a comment period for parents, just like with the budget and everything. If they would create a portal for the parents or any of our constituents, if they want to voice their opinion on it. Allow each principal to decide which uniforms they would desire, the color of the shirts, pants, the length of the skirts, choice of skirt or pant for girls, shorts options, ties or no ties. Let them dictate what they would like to see in their own schools, and allow free attire day. If they've met a particular goal, or if quarterly they want to have a spirit day or a free day where they can wear what they want to, just make that available if they want. So that's it. Don't know what you guys think about it, but I thought it was a great idea. So if anyone does have comments or questions.
I wore a uniform for 13 years in school.
Oh, you did?
And then for how many years in the military?
And then another 27 in the Army.
Right.
But in school, it caused a lot of the positive effects she's talking about. Number one, nobody gave a damn whether they wore the same tie as the next guy or not. It reduced the competition. It made it a non-issue, less distraction. It was healthy. It was a healthy environment. It elevated the academic environment a little bit, and it didn't hurt anybody. In fact, it was cheaper to wear a uniform than it was to keep up with the Joneses. I, for one, like it. I think it's a great idea.
Just something I didn't put in the slides, but it may be that if we decide to go this way, we could choose which schools maybe to implement. It wouldn't have to be all the way across the board. To
That's
be,
good.
Middle school or
Might have some
high
couple
school
pilot
instead of.
schools.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Just, anyway, go ahead.
Other comments before I start talking?
Yeah, I've got a couple. It seems to me that this is especially useful in elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, maybe not. So any idea on the cost of the uniforms?
I do not know. I did not do that.
I think there's houses, clearing houses that specialize in that.
There are. There are uniform companies that you go particularly to them. One thing that Dr. Locklear discussed, and I did see online whenever I sent him the presentation, that right around COVID time there was trouble acquiring the uniforms. I don't know that they would have that same trouble anymore. I would think they'd got their stockpile back up, but we need to find a company to use that we can guarantee that we have the product available.
So you mentioned that there's grants and vouchers available. Is that, are you writing a check to fund those? Or are we hoping that they're available or they exist?
I started the research on that and I was not able to obtain that particular information. I was going to actually ask for help with that. But
hopefully we can
that's my
find funding
understanding
for
from Mr. Moss.
A uniform could be as simple as blue jeans and a solid blue shirt.
It really could.
And you don't really need any additional funding to make sure that a child has a pair of blue jeans. I mean, maybe there's one or two that you're gonna need to throw out some money, I'm sure we can find it. But it could be literally that simple. One of the, I don't mean to cut you off, was there some other things that you were saying?
I was just gonna ask, Dr. Locklear, if there's other, public schools in this area that are doing high, uniforms and what the results were.
I did reach out to my colleagues. I got a little bit of feedback, but the best conversation and dialogue I had was with Dr. Joe Farrow, who's the new superintendent in Richmond County, which they've had a uniform policy for over 20 years. They've had school uniforms in Richmond County. And the community has asked, and I think Charlie shared that he graduated from Richmond County and wore his school uniform.
Okay, scratch the plan. Plan is scratched.
But the community has been giving some feedback to the school board to take a look at that. The school board did a survey on it right before Dr. Farrell came in. Dr. Farrell and his team did some community meetings on it and are bringing back some suggestions for potential revisions to their uniform policy that's been in place for over 20 years. Some relaxation of some of the things that they've had in place. But of course, that'll be up to the school board how they move forward. I think one thing Dr. Farrell said, which I've seen not called a uniform policy in some places, it's called a standard mode of dress. It's called in some of our school districts. So I do think they're going to continue their school uniform practice, I think, but it's just going to be modified and adjusted. To Mr. Levy's point, they've always gone, I think, I've got all their regulations in front of me, but like with khakis and standard black and white, but then you'd have the school color shirts, but they may be moving to where they might allow blue jeans, and it would no longer require shirts to be tucked in. Those type of relaxations that accommodate more students and what students and families might want to be able to provide, be able to do. But that was probably the most conversation I had was with Dr. Farrell, and he's done some work right off the bat with engaging with the community and possibly bringing some suggestions back to the board, to his board.
So here's my question. You could do this several different ways. We could simply open it up for public comment through our portal, even now, I assume, and get some feedback there. Or number two, we could appoint a committee headed by Shannon, and to come back to us probably in May, I guess would be the soonest, with a concrete proposal. Something which we could have for our.
Yes,
May
would be too.
We got a lot of things on our plate right now. I would say that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
Mr. Davis, go ahead.
It could be, what I'm thinking about is if you send it much before May, much a little after May,
Oh,
you're
see,
gonna
if
have
we-
to talk about not the coming school year,
Right.
but the following school
That's
year.
where I was gonna go with that.
I
We'd
mean,
be
and that
push-
may be
And that,
realistic.
we do have a lot going on.
Okay, so at any rate, is it the consensus of the board that you would want to have a committee headed by Shannon to come back with a concrete proposal? Or that we should open it up now for comment?
Could we not do both? I guess
Well, we could.
I would like to
Well,
know
we
what the
could.
community thinks about it before we were to invest too much time and effort into having a concrete plan. Not that I'm against it, but if it's not something that they're for as a whole,
We can certainly do that.
again, I support it. I want to see it happen, but it's,
I would suggest that before we open it up to public comment, that we go through a presentation during a business meeting so people know what they're commenting on.
okay.
Because very few people pay attention to the work sessions.
Sure.
So, maybe spiff up the presentation, flesh it out a bit, present it either next week or in May, whenever it's ready for prime time, then open up for comment. I think this is a great idea. My only input into it is I think they get significant, maybe they are eliminated in the high school level, but that's my only input.
Okay.
And my simple feeling is that maybe instead of the principals, maybe our school advisory, parent advisory team might say that, find out who volunteers for uniforms. I think maybe we'd have one or two schools which would volunteer for uniforms, and also the Parent Advisory Council to suggest what the uniforms might be. That might be one way to go for it. But, so is it the consensus of the board that we try to do this, to have Shannon present this on next Monday, or that we shove this over to May? Looking primarily, I suppose, to a 24-25 school year proposal on this.
I'm thinking we need to push it just because I think the budget needs to be the center of attraction, and to have too much going on, I think it's gonna get lost.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it the consensus of the board that it be for the business meeting in May? Anybody
I'll move.
challenge that? All right, so that will be for presentation on the business meeting in May. All right, anything further on the school uniform proposal? We had a student assignment on here, but I believe that was Mr. Holmes.
Correct.
And so he's not here, so we'll not go through that. Board report, any further committee reports or updates from committees that have not reported so far? Yes.
Start off with the CTE committee. Last month, 15th of March, we held a meeting at North Moore High School. We began to delve into the mission statement and its stated and implied tasks. We're still working on that. Then we did a tour of the facility. They had quite an operation up there. Very, very impressive. This whole CTE project and program has got wonderful potential for expansion and really setting kids up for success, I believe. Our next meeting is going to be on the 28th of April, I think it's a Friday, at Pinecrest High School from 9 to 11. So we're looking forward to doing that. We had the opportunity to get somebody to do a demonstration of state-of-the-art commercial and military drones this Wednesday in conjunction with the CTE program. That's just hanging fire. I'm not sure where we're at. We were offered that opportunity. If it doesn't pan out this time, we'll probably do it again in the future. Actually, it's my stepson who works for an outfit called Workhorse. They just came back from Poland, having demonstrated it there, and they're at JSOC tomorrow demonstrating it. And he had an extra day to do it here, if he would like, maybe on the athletic field at Sand Hills or some open area. It carries, these drones are pretty good. They're $40,000 drones, and they carry a payload, et cetera. So they're using for both military and commercial aspects. Walmart's going to have 3,000 of the things by the end of the year down in Arkansas as a test base. That's delivery, last mile delivery of the stuff you buy on Amazon, on Walmart. And that's pretty much it. Doc, you got anything?
Yes, sir. Appreciate your work.
Okay. Well,
Leadership.
thanks very much to Dr. Metcalf and Dr. Lisa for all their openness and help in this whole process.
All right, any further committee reports?
I just have a quick update. Obviously, there's no need for a financial committee update because we talked financial stuff for half of the meeting today. But on the construction side, things are moving forward. You know, Ms. Purvis is doing a great job. I do want to point out two things. If you guys remember, you know, we had the board's objectives, right? And then we took them, my committee took them and made them ASAP, and then we had 4 concurrent tracks. Remember, high school expansion, new middle school, Carthage Elementary, blah, blah, blah. I just want to update everyone on the 2 ASAP things. So we are going out, and I don't know exactly where we're at, but Ms. Purvis and her team are working on getting us quotes, because remember, we saved $7 million out of, we had 2 projects that totaled $10 million, and we saved 70% or $7 million. And as I mentioned, I hope that we could do the rest of the gyms, plus get Carthage Elementary out of trailers. I'm sorry, Carthage, Cranes Creek.
Creek,
Because what, we got ASAP things that we want to do by December of 2024, 2023, 2024. Anyway, those two things are get the gyms done and get everyone out of trailers, all our elementary students out of trailers. So for the second point, it turns out that Cranes Creek or many of our schools, they were built with a core capacity of, say, 800, but they only had seating capacity of 600. So when you talk about building core capacity out, you're not building cafeterias, you're not building gyms, none of that. You're literally just building a rectangle and putting classrooms in it. And you don't need an architect for that. And it turns out that we have several design and build contractors in Moore County who have experience building schools. One, that you mentioned, that Stacy, Ms. Caldwell mentioned, has built all the buildings at Sandhills Classical Christian, and they also build all the Dollar General stores. And then it turns out there's another design and build guy who built the additions, the new recent additions to Stars. So I think we're talking to the local design and build guys. It's well within their capabilities. And instead of it being a $5 to $6 million project, maybe it's a $2 million project. So we're exploring all the different courses of action for both the additional gyms and for getting Cranes Creek out of trailers. And I think our goal is to come back with orders of magnitude for both of those in May. And again, I don't know where we're at on any of that, but I know that's what we're working towards. Does that concur with that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Anything further from our committees? Dr. Locklear?
Nothing other than thank you. Thank you to the board. A lot of work today, a long meeting, but I appreciate your engagement and feedback and the dialogue. Thank you.
Okay, board comments, Mr. Benway?
None here, thank you.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Ms. Davis? Any comments?
No, sir.
Okay.
I
Ms.
was like,
Caldwell?
I'm not Miss Davis.
Ms. Caldwell?
No,
Ms. Caldwell.
I am Miss Caldwell. No, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Mr. Hensley?
No, sir.
Okay. Want to thank everybody for a very, very long and very, very productive day. Want to especially thank the staff, thank Dr. Locklear for what is extensive work being done here today. With that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, is there a
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We stand adjourned.
Thank you.
Mr. Hensley has been kind enough to provide refreshments for Robbins Elementary, and that starts at what time?